Cold Case File, Necrosleep.net, April 18th, 2023. The following account is the only surviving evidence supporting the existence of Necrosleep.net. The blog data was downloaded by a concerned reader just before it vanished from the internet in 2014. The data was not recovered until 9 years passed. These are the final moments of Reed Murdoch, written in his own words. My Disconnected Life. Blog author, Reed Murdoch. October 16th, 2014. Hey guys. So I've decided to start a blog about my new life. Most of you reading this are probably my friends and acquaintances, but for the rest of you, I'll expose a little bit about myself. My name's Reed. I just moved out of my stupid parents' basement, thank God. And now I'm pursuing my own life where no one can push me around anymore. Technically, I'm the one who ditched the place, but they all but kicked me out beforehand. Nobody gives a damn about a crackhead like me, not even my parents, not that I care. Anyways, I'm doing my own thing now. I had to give up a few luxuries. My mom's hellacious cooking not worthy of being called a luxury. I'd much rather live off discount ramen noodles anyways. Sometimes I'll even have corn on the side when I'm feeling extra fancy. Speaking of fancy, I'll admit my apartment isn't anything but. It's the cheapest one I could find, in fact. I find the saying, "you get what you pay for," to be especially true when I'm trying to sleep to the lulling sound of what I can only guess is some old lady getting mugged in the dark alleyway next door. My ghetto sanctuary consists of one living room, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and a closet. The walls are practically made of cardboard and the carpet is stained with God knows what, but it's good enough for me. Living with me is my poor excuse for a cat named Twig. She's one of those weird hairless breeds and, in turn, a real conversation piece. I'm often asked why the cat's turned inside out or if she was the victim of some perverse taxidermy project gone wrong. As shoddy as my life seems, living on the cheap has its benefits. My cost of living is next to nothing, so I can make enough money to survive by doing odd jobs on the internet without ever leaving the house. I spend half of the month writing bogus reviews for products I've never used and filling out surveys on political issues I know nothing about, then spend the other half surfing the web and watching pirated reruns of The X-Files. I don't even have to pay for internet service thanks to my neighbor's complete failure to secure their Wi-Fi hotspot. I bet their data overages are through the roof now. Oh well, not my problem. I'll be updating this blog every day or two if I'm up to anything interesting. Thanks for reading this boring crap. Hopefully my life will get a little more exciting in the days to come. Read. October 18th, 2014. I've decided to do something unusual. It's 3 a.m., and I intend to stay up all night, caffeinated beverages at my side. Why am I doing this, you ask? Because I'm permanently switching to a nocturnal sleep schedule. In other words, I'll be sleeping during the day instead of the night. I have a number of good reasons for doing this. 1, there's less people out at night, so leaving the building won't be such a dreaded thing. 2, sunlight gives you cancer, right? 3, screw social norms. 4, the internet speed seems to increase substantially after midnight. 5, it's a free country, I don't even need reasons. Also, I ran into this cool forum called Nocturnal Underground. Naturally, it's full of sun-loathing recluses and cynical misanthropes like me. How perfect. I registered straight away and found the forum dwellers to be very welcoming. It's not the most famous of internet destinations, more of a tight-knit hole in the wall for a very obscure subculture. We all seem to share a general appreciation for societal disconnect, which is cool, because I really thought I was the only whack job who can't stand dealing with normal people. After all, it's these normal people who are telling me I don't have the right to smoke whatever substances I damn well please, as if it's their business. And I'll let you all know how this whole nocturnal thing works for me. Peace out. Read. October 21st, 2014. I'm adjusting very well to my new lifestyle. I can already tell this is the way I should have been living all along. The internet is a far more interesting place during the night. Everything has been fairly normal lately, except for one thing. Yesternight, I received a mysterious private message on Nocturnal Underground. Here's the message copied and pasted for your reading pleasure. To Readman 07 from Revelation 666. Subject: necrosleep.net. Congratulations, Readman 07. You've been invited to an invitation-only website that will change your life forever. Discover what society doesn't want you to know at necrosleep.net. Use your exclusive invitation code to enter DCLXVI. Find out what you've been missing your entire life. necrosleep.net. Sounds like a total scam, but it piqued my interest. I couldn't resist going to the site just to see what the hell it was. So I went there and arrived at a completely empty black page. I noticed the text cursor blinking in the center, indicating I could type there. I presumed that this was where I was supposed to type the invitation code, and I presumed correctly. When the home page loaded, I immediately noticed that all of the text was in Russian besides the title header, which simply read, necrosleep.net in English. My web browser automatically detected that the site was Russian and offered to translate it for me, so of course I clicked yes. Now, this site was clearly on the shady side. Whoever designed it was certainly not well versed in web design, as the site had more in common with a notepad document than a good web page. The background was black, the white text was written in the oh-so-generic Courier font, and under the title header was a row of red hyperlinks labeled as follows: Main, Purchase, Secret, and Credit. Here's an excerpt from the main page. Welcome to necrosleep.net. This website is invitation only. Selected visitors have exclusive access to our special product that will change their life forever. Necrosleep is a product that safely negates the biological necessity of sleep, thanks to our miraculous secret formula. With one pill a day, you will never feel the need to sleep again. Try it for yourself by clicking the purchase link. If Necrosleep doesn't change your life, we will offer you a complete refund. Your astonishment is guaranteed. What a bold claim these people are making. There's no way this stuff actually works, otherwise everyone would be taking it. Obviously I was skeptical and still am, but I clicked around the site a bit more just out of curiosity. I clicked the secret hyperlink, which took me to another page. Here's the text from said page. Necrosleep is comprised of special and rare ingredients which we cannot disclose in order to ensure that our formula stays in private hands. In order to keep our product available, it can only be distributed through alternative means on an exclusive basis. The active ingredient in necrosleep has been sought after for years by doctors and scientists intending to displace sleep with wakefulness. Only we have managed to do what others could not, as permitted by the will of our master. We can assure you with full confidence that our product will change your life, and you will never feel the need to sleep again. Feel free to indulge in our secret. Alternative means? More like black market. Whatever's going on here doesn't appear to be legal, exactly. Not that I care about the law, I just get untrustworthy vibes from this site. Anyways, I continued on and clicked the credit hyperlink. My heart skipped a little when I was confronted with honestly the most uncanny photo of a living person I've ever seen. It was an old, black and white photo of a tall man in a doctor's coat. If he wasn't standing upright, I'd say the guy was dead, but my guess is that he was just cadaverously unhealthy and probably blind from the looks of his pale, lifeless eyes. Not a trace of emotion could be found in his face. There was a small bit of text below the photo, which read as follows: "Credit for the pioneering of necrosleep goes to the brilliant Dr. Hale A. Stan, proxy of our master and founder of the Ukrainian Institute of Occult Medicine. His work lives on." Proxy of our master? Occult medicine? Maybe I've watched too many horror movies, but this isn't your typical snake oil sales pitch. Maybe they're part of some deranged religious group or something. I admit, I was slightly creeped out, but more fascinated. I clicked the purchase hyperlink out of mere curiosity once again. Turns out each pill costs some absurd amount of Russian currency, which I found was equal to about $130 per pill. It's ridiculous. Not that I would buy them even if I could. I immediately left the site. At this point, I'm guessing it's probably a lousy foreign credit card scam or some weird cult initiative. Either way, it made my day more interesting than it normally would have been. Read. October 22nd, 2014. I posted a thread on Nocturnal Underground about the mystery user who sent me the strange PM. I found myself wanting to know more about this whole necrosleep.net thing. So as a part of my investigation, I sought to find out who the user was. Here's a transcript of the forum thread. Readman07. Hey guys. I hope I'm not disrupting the order of things by posting this in the trolling and harassment section. I didn't know where else to put it. I figured this incident of mine might qualify as spam case if other people are getting the same advertisement message I am. Basically, the other day I got a PM from a user I've never seen before called Revelation 666, and the message was an advertisement for some supplement. Has anyone seen this user on the forums before? I sure haven't. If you have any information, that'd be great. Cosmic Trash Bin. I don't recognize the username. He must be fairly new or just inactive. What were the exact contents of the message? We could probably get an ad man to ban him for advertising. Here's a screen cap of the message. Strange. Did you actually go to the website? I hope not. It's probably infested with viruses, lol. Just tried going there. It's just a black screen. The invite code didn't work either. It just gave me a pop-up box that said invalid IP. Readman07. Of course I went there. I couldn't resist. Thug Life for Life. Doesn't work for me either. Invalid MP. Cosmic Trash Bin. If it only works for Readman07, Maybe it's bound to his IP somehow. Can you get some screenshots of the site? You sparked my interest. Readman07. Here you are. The page initially in Russian, so I had my browser translate it. Looks shady as hell. Don't even mess with it. You're asking for trouble just by clicking the link. You're probably being keylogged as we speak. Not to mention the product they're selling is probably laced with cyanide. If he's stupid enough to buy it, well, the gene pool is better off without him anyways. Never trust a Russian. I'm Russian, I find that offensive. You said you were Asian last week, make up your mind. Readman07. I leave this thread for 5 minutes and chaos ensues. Everybody calm the expletive down. Of course, I'm not going to mess with it. These supposed miracle pills are $130 each. Who do you think I am, Johnny Cash? Just because his name was Johnny Cash doesn't mean he was rich or had lots of cash or whatever. Of course he was rich, you dumb expletive. He's Johnny Expletive Cash. Whose bright idea was it to equip this form with a profanity filter anyways? It's expletive stupid. Redman07. Before this thread deteriorates any further, let me just say I've put tape over my webcam just in case something slipped past my antivirus. But it's probably just a credit card scam or something. I'll do some research on it tomorrow. The sun's been up for 3 hours and I'm running low on energy drinks. I'll contact one of our admins about this. Spam isn't tolerated here. I ought to see if they're willing to uninstall the profanity filter plugin as well. I got a message later on from HG Wishingwells, one of the admins, saying that the user Revelation666 doesn't exist in the database, and that the only way I could have received the message is if the mail client was bypassed somehow. In other words, somebody hacked the system just to send me a spam message. What the hell? Read. October 23rd, 2014. I finally got around to Googling necrosleep. The results were mostly irrelevant YouTube channels and defunct 90s screamo bands from the looks of it, but I noticed among the garbage results a link to a post on fastmd.com. The preview said, "Does anyone know if this necrosleep stuff actually works?" So I clicked on it, only to be directed to a page stating, "The post you're looking for has been deleted and no longer exists." I should have known. Nothing can ever be easy and predictable. I returned to the results and had to scan over several pages of them before finally running into an old gaming forum thread where the website necrosleep.net was mentioned. This time, the post hadn't been deleted. In the middle of a conversation about maximizing crop production in some medieval strategy game, one of the users claimed to have taken necrosleep in order to tend to his virtual farm 24 hours a day. Needless to say, the other forum patrons were highly skeptical. The guy posted a link to necrosleep.net in an attempt to back up his claim, ultimately failing to convince them because, you guessed it, the site was bound to his IP address. He also had the same invitation code as me, DCLXVI, leading me to believe it's just a formality intended to make you feel special. But that doesn't explain why and how my IP, and apparently somebody else's, got singled out. The bragger then claimed that there was irrefutable proof of his ceaseless wakefulness in his in-game score. In relation to the length of time his account has existed, his score was excessively high. So high, in fact, that it would be impossible for him to attain so high a score in so short a time frame, unless he was playing the game for at least 21 hours a day, which leaves practically no time for sleeping. Despite all that, they attributed his accomplishment to an automatic bot program that operated the game for him during the night. Since cheating in this way is against the game's rules, his account was promptly banned, according to the moderator at the end of the thread. Sure enough, in little red letters below his forum avatar were the words, "Banned for bot abuse. August 12th, 2006. I couldn't find any more relevant results for Necrosleep or necrosleep.net, other than what I've just told you about. Looks like these online dope dealers are pretty stealth. I'm just dying to know what their real motives might be, because I could think of a million better ways to steal someone's credit card, number, or pedal quack remedies. It could be a prank, but evidently this has been going on since 2006 at least. Perhaps some jokes just never die. Read. October 25th, 2014. I got another PM from Revelation 666. Am I the only one who gets creeped out by that name? Knowing what I know now, it makes me uneasy to think about the great lengths this user went to contact me specifically. For some reason, they stealthily bypassed the system just to send me these messages and make me this offer. Here's the message I just received. Congratulations, Readman07. You've been selected to receive a free 30-day trial of Necrosleep. Claim your exclusive reward at necrosleep.net/backdoor. Find out what you've been missing your entire life, risk-free. Once again, my curiosity got the best of me. Bracing myself for whatever scam was coming my way, I clicked the link. I was taken to a page asking for my address. Nothing more. I thought about it carefully, knowing full well that these people likely have malicious intentions. But if I entered my post office box, what's the worst that could happen? Worst case scenario, they send me some junk mail or some faulty pills. The point is that I finally know what they want from me. I entered the address. Read. October 28th, 2014. I decided to go back to the thread I posted on Nocturnal Underground and let people know what's up. Sure enough, the reactions were amusing. Well, guys, it happened again. Look at the attachment. Don't tell me you clicked on this one too. I did. Then it asked me for my address. But don't worry, I only entered my P.O. box. Are you out of your expletive mind? I take it you couldn't persuade the admins to disable the profanity filter. No expletives, Sherlock. Apparently they get a huge kick out of watching us quarrel over it. I wouldn't be surprised if H.G. Wishingwell sent me these weird messages just to stir up some controversy around here. Neither would I. The mystery has been solved. Everybody go home. H.G. Wishingwells. In all seriousness, I had nothing to do with this. I swear on my grandmother's life. Readman07. Swearing on the life of a dead person isn't exactly the most convincing way to plead. I think the joke's gone far enough. HG, did you do it or not? HG, I really didn't do it. The admins and I were generally perplexed when we saw where the message came from. Or should I say, where the messages didn't come from. It was certainly not from any registered user on the inside. If they were actually to send the pills, are you going to take them? You couldn't pay me $1 million to try that expletive. I can personally guarantee you that stuff is too good to be true. Nothing can make you stay awake forever. I agree with Cosmic. Don't take this any further. Readman07. Even if they do send me the pills and it's not just junk mail, I'm not going to take it unless I find some more information on it. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Chill out, guys. I probably won't update this thread anymore, so follow my blog if you want to know what's up with me. The link's on my profile. Well, we pretty much ruled out the possibility that it's a prank by the admins. I don't think H.G. Wishingwells would carry on a prank this long, nor would he lie so blatantly. And even if one of the other admins were to prank me, I can't imagine they would do it with some Russian supplement pitch. It's just all too strange. Read. October 30th, 2014. Last night, I had a buddy of mine deliver the mail to my doorstep in exchange for some coding work on his Flash site. I'll do just about anything to avoid leaving the building, but that's not the point. The point is that I received an envelope with no return address, yet I immediately knew who it was from. The envelope was old, very old, like it's been sitting in a dusty attic for decades. I opened the stained envelope only to find a smaller manila envelope inside, also rather old-looking. Inscribed on the small envelope was the word necrosleep and a word of advice on storing the packet in a cool, dark place for maximum potency. The words appeared to have been stamped onto the envelope rather than printed. I opened the small envelope, and sure enough, there were 30 black pills inside, more crude than what you might get from your local pharmacy. Now before you all start freaking out, I'm not going to take these, at least not until I can dig up some more reliable information on it. Now I know that these Russian dope dealers weren't just trying to send me junk mail. The question is, why would they send me the pills if they don't actually work? Surely they must want my money, which they wouldn't get after a failed 30-day trial. What if they're trying to kill me? I never did have a good feeling about any of this, but the curiosity is killing me. Read. October 31st, 2014. It just occurred to me that I completely overlooked something. I never researched Dr. Hale A. Stan, the guy who apparently had something to do with necrosleep. So I did a quick Google search and found, much to my surprise, that he had his own article on Wikipedia. The article states that Dr. Stan was a Ukrainian scientist and physician who claimed to have been directly involved in the experiments portrayed in a 1940 motion picture which documents Soviet research into the resuscitation of clinically dead organisms. Here's an excerpt from the article. The motion picture, Experiments in the Revival of Organisms, depicts various disturbing medical experiments conducted on canines, one of which involves keeping a dog's decapitated head alive with a primitive autojector machine that supplied it with oxygenated blood. The operations in the film were credited to Dr. Sergei Brukhanenko. However, Dr. Hale A. Stan incessantly claimed to be the one who really conducted the experiments and invented the autojector, and that they only credited Brukhanenko because Stan was sentenced to life in prison for illegally conducting gruesome experiments on humans. He believed that because he had consent for his test subject, albeit through bribery, he had not committed any immoral crime. The Lenin Prize was awarded to Brukhanenko for the autojector, while Stan remained in permanent imprisonment. It wasn't until they discovered the lost footage of his morbid human experiments that they had him executed by lethal injection. His last words, spoken in an unidentifiable language, died with him. Dr. Hale A. Stan was rumored to have pioneered a variety of cures for major conditions such as narcolepsy and epilepsy, although the results were not published in a scientific manner, and therefore the majority of his alleged accomplishments were unverifiable and seemingly occult in nature. The number of people had apparently cured of various incurable afflictions between 1930 and 1940 was in the thousands. Attempts to replicate his documents' remedies ultimately failed, leading most to believe he was practicing pseudoscience. It is believed by some that Dr. Hale A. Stan has a following to this day, and that his miracle cures are still being practiced and peddled from Russia and Ukraine. Some claim to have received mysterious emails and offers pertaining to Dr. Hale A. Stan's work. All investigations revealed no evidence to support these claims. I'll admit, some of this stuff unnerves me. Morbid human experiments aren't exactly pleasant things to look into. But it seems to me this guy was just doing what was necessary to advance his research. Maybe he really was onto something. Maybe his cures couldn't be replicated because they were so advanced. I don't really know. All I know is what I received, one of those mysterious offers that supposedly don't exist beyond hearsay. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe I really was selected to receive a gift too great for the masses. Maybe they were dead serious when they said this would change my life. Read. November 1st, 2014. I'm holding the pill in my hand, ready to take it at a moment's notice. I've been thinking hard about this. I know it's not the safest thing to do, but I'm a risk taker. If this turns out badly, I don't have much to live for anyways. Life is nothing without danger, and I want to know the motives of these people more than anything. I need to know what they want from me. I need to know what I'm missing. There's only one way to find out. Read. November 3rd, 2014. I can't believe it. It's actually working. I haven't slept in 3 days. And I don't even feel remotely tired. Holy hell, I've never felt so focused and stimulated in my life. I don't know what's in this stuff, but it works. I don't know how long it's going to work exactly, so I'm not getting my hopes up. But the claim that I'll never need to sleep again, ever. So far, so good. November 4th, 2014. Still works like a charm after 4 days. But lately, the light has been really bothering me. So I duct taped a piece of cardboard over the window. I never liked the window anyways. At night, I get this feeling I'm being watched from the outside. And it's been making me anxious more than usual. It's easy to think you're seeing something uncanny out the window, until you realize it's just your own reflection distorted by the cheap glass pane. Anyways, that issue has been resolved. I also found something interesting when I was taking my nightly pill. Until recently, I failed to notice a symbol stamped on the inside of the small manila envelope. Yes, the inside. I know I've seen the symbol before, but I can't remember where exactly. It's a downward pointing pentagram with what I think is a goat's head inscribed within it. Maybe they just reused an old envelope and turned it inside out or something. Read. November 5th, 2014. Thanks to one of my followers for pointing out something I didn't realize. The emblem inside the envelope was actually a satanic symbol. Yeah, needless to say, I'm definitely not taking this crap anymore. This sort of thing really creeps me out. I'm done. I wish I had read the message before I took it tonight. I'll just quit tomorrow. I mean, it hasn't harmed me thus far, and I feel great, so maybe I'm just being paranoid. It's just a symbol. Probably a printing mistake or something. But screw that. I'm not messing around with demonic affairs. No way in hell. Read. November 6th, 2014. Over the past week, I've been taking one of these pills at exactly 10 p.m. each night. I planned on stopping the pills tonight, but around 10:30, I started getting this horrible headache, and it got progressively worse. I was thinking maybe it was just me adjusting to suddenly going off necro-sleep. So I waited another hour, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I took another pill. I know I could quit if I wanted to, but I'm starting to think there's no reason to. I mean, I don't have to sleep anymore. I've been feeling energized. I should just man up and stop being irrational. Read. November 9th, 2014. I've been making a killing with all this free time and newfound focus. I made $5,000 in a single day of trading virtual property. That's not including my online poker proceeds over the last week, which are through the goddamn roof. Suddenly, I have this intuitive grasp of numbers that I've never had before. I've been living my life in a daze until now. They were right. This really is changing my life. November 11th, 2014. Here's a rather peculiar story for you guys. I was sitting on the couch, minding my own business, when I noticed a couple of gleaming eyes staring at me from the dark corner. I thought nothing of it, knowing it must have been Twig skulking about. Cats have reflective eyes. Who else would it be? I looked away, and at that very same moment, I felt it. Twig's wrinkly little self curling up next to me. I looked back toward the corner, those beady eyes still fixed upon me with Twig clearly at my side. I blinked, and the eyes were gone. Man, my brain's really trying to screw with me. It had to have been mental. Yet I remember with such lucidity. Come to think of it, I should have known it wasn't Twig from the start. Cat's eyes don't glow red. Anyways, let's hope it was just a freak brain malfunction. After all, what else could it possibly be? Read. November 12th, 2014. I'm going to run out of food eventually. Obviously, I could go to the store and restock myself, but the thought scares me. The thought of leaving the safety of my apartment. The thought of social interaction. I now dread it more than I ever have. I never have preferred going out to staying in, but I've never dreaded it this much. It wasn't always so terribly afraid. None of my instant messenger friends have been online lately, and they stopped upvoting my blog post. Who's going to get my groceries? What if I have to go out there? I shouldn't be panicking like this, honestly. I'm being stupid. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Stop panicking, you idiot. Read. November 13th, 2014. My friend Jake came online. It was a temporary relief that lasted about as long as it took him to say, "I'm not dropping off the food until you agree to get out of the house." That was his offer, entailing that I leave the house and go clubbing with the guys in exchange for help. I declined out of pure fear. He was worried for my health, apparently. I can't blame him for thinking I'm becoming a feral hermit doomed to die alone in his pathetic slum. But he just doesn't understand. Nobody understands me. At least I'm pretty sure I got enough food to last till Thanksgiving, if I stretch it. Read. November 15th, 2014. I need to tell you all about another strange experience I had yesterday. I've been leaving my TV on lately so the silence doesn't irritate me. That children's show, Bucko's Garden, was on. You know, the show we all watched as kids until we matured enough to realize how mindless and nonsensical it was. Yeah, that show. It was playing in the background on my boxy old TV in the corner. Eventually, it distracted me and I found myself zoning out into it for lack of better things to do. It must have been a Thanksgiving episode, considering Bucko, a guy dressed like a deer with a human face, was in the kitchen preparing sweet potatoes and cranberries. This is about as intelligible as the show gets. Things got a bit weird when he decided to let the anthropomorphic cranberries go into his garden at the last minute, as if they were captive insects. The sweet potatoes weren't so lucky. Bucko sent his bird friends to retrieve a pumpkin pie from the pie tree, and his squirrel friends to collect gravy from the gravy cow, who coincidentally regurgitates mashed potatoes to boot. I told you the show was weird, but that's not even the start. I didn't realize something was off until Bucko pulled out a knife, a full-fledged razor-sharp knife that wouldn't expect to see in such a benign show. With the other hand, he opened the oven and pulled it out. Not a ham, not a turkey. A roasted human fetus. Mother of God. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. How on earth could this be allowed on television? Were my eyes deceiving me? I don't know, but I turned it off as soon as he started cutting into it. The gore was too much, even for me. I'm still having a hard time believing what my own eyes clearly saw. I couldn't have been dreaming. I haven't had so much as a nap in 15 days. I don't even know. Maybe something's wrong with me. I've been forgetting my PC login password. Even after I changed it to something else and wrote it down, I forgot where I wrote it down, and where I wrote it, forgot it down. I can't even think properly right now. Read. November 18th, 2014. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared out of my mind right now. I walked into the bathroom, planning to take my first shower in weeks. I never imagined I'd open the door and see anything more than my own reflection in the mirror. Instead, I saw it, standing behind me, staring, completely motionless. I froze and panicked more than I ever have in my entire life, I swear. You don't know true fear. You don't even have a clue. I can still see it, engraved in my mind. The face. It was demonic. It was gone as soon as it came. I'd say I was just imagining things, but it felt all too real. I'm not going into that bathroom ever again. I'll just go in the kitchen sink or something. I can't handle this. I wonder if these pills are screwing with my head. I need to stop. I need to stop now. I don't even feel safe in my own apartment anymore. I feel like the shadows are watching me. Read. November 20th, 2014. I tried to stop the pills again, but I had a change of heart at the last minute. Something told me not to, like a voice in my head. I just feel like it would be wrong and somehow my life would fall apart if I stopped. I don't think this is normal, the way I'm living. I can't imagine it any other way. I can't imagine stepping out into the light, or even the moonlight for that matter. All of my instant messenger contacts have been offline since Jake talked to me last, and I don't know if my food will last another week. Twig's getting pretty skinny since I've been eating her cat food to stretch my supplies a bit, but she'll be okay as long as someone comes online by Thanksgiving. Speaking of which, nobody invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner. not even my family. But that's okay. I hate my parents anyway. Screw them. November 22nd. I've been hearing more voices in my head. Horrible voices. It's really scaring me and I don't know what to do. Is it some sort of side effect or something? I can't hear myself think sometimes, like I'm losing control over my own thoughts. And these thoughts I have are so dark. It's not like me to think that way. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not like that. I tried to go to necrosleep.net again just to see if there's something I missed about side effects, and it said the domain is no longer in use. The site was shut down. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm terrified of myself. November 25th. The voices won't stop. I used to think they were malevolent, but now I'm not so sure. Sometimes it feels like they're trying to liberate me. They want me to listen to them desperately. They show me things, horrible things, and yet these things don't even seem horrible to me anymore. I'm numb. I don't feel anything. But I know there's one thing I can do to make me feel again. Part of me says it's terribly wrong, but the voices tell me otherwise. The voices are my friends now. The demons are my friends. November 26th. Twig is in heaven now. I had to do it. I had to know what it tasted like. It was satisfying, but I need more. I thought I'd never leave this room again, but I don't have a choice anymore. I need more of it. The face is getting angry. The voices are getting angry. My head hurts so bad. I need more. It hurts so much. I need more. They're hurting me. I need to feed them more. They need more. I need more. I have to make it stop. I need more. I need more. Make it stop. Police Report, Part 1, Thanksgiving, November 27th, 2014. Victim, Paul Murdoch. Aggressor, Reed Murdoch. Police arrived on the scene after a frantic 911 call from Margaret Murdoch, confirmed to be the aggressor's mother. The victim, Paul Murdoch, the aggressor's father, was found in the process of being mauled and cannibalized by the aggressor, Reed Murdoch, whose face and mouth was covered in blood and brain matter. Reed was shot dead after refusing to stop eating his own father, whose skull was torn open entirely. Drug use is suspected to be involved. Police Report, Part 2, November 29th, 2014. Reed Murdoch's residence was inspected thoroughly by investigators. A hairless, headless, and disemboweled cat carcass was found on the kitchen counter. The cat's blood and bodily fluids were spilled throughout the house, while the head was found crushed, brain completely removed, and nowhere to be found. The apartment was clearly inhabited by an utterly insane individual, given the foul and uncleanly nature of the place. An old TV rested in the corner, turned on, displaying only static and white noise. It had no antenna. A suspicious packet of unidentified pills was recovered. The resident's computer and other personal effects were confiscated and await further analysis. Autopsy Report, December 4th, 2014. Subject, Reed Murdoch. The contents of Reed Murdoch's digestive tracts was a disturbing mixture of human tissue, mostly brain matter and cerebrospinal fluid. Examination of his own brain, however, was even more disturbing and perplexing. His brain was clearly and visibly deteriorating. The brain tissue was black and red rather than the usual pinkish gray, and riddled with holes throughout. Closer examination revealed thousands small black parasites to be consuming the brain. This was undoubtedly the cause of the man's insidious psychosis. Testing on the parasites was inconclusive, as they didn't match any known species. Further testing is required. The unknown pills recovered from Murdoch's apartment have been tested and confirmed to contain a vile plethora of uncommon substances, including obscure, highly addictive euphoric drugs, human hormones, and parasitic eggs, presumably meant to remain dormant in a cool place until introduced into the body, allowing them to hatch and evidently invade the brain. It is unclear how he acquired the pills and where they came from, although whoever concocted them surely had malicious intent. Police Report, Part 3, December 6, 2014. Two friends of Reed Murdoch, Jake Fairfax and Douglas Lopez, were questioned at the police station. Immediately they referred to his online blog, where he allegedly recorded his path to eventual insanity. It was found that the blog mysteriously disappeared off the face of the internet for reasons unknown. They were aware of the unknown pills Reed was taking, claiming they originated from the website necrosleep.net. Investigators later confirmed the website does not exist. The town of Arthur's Wake was dying. At least, that's what Jamie's dad always said. The man tended to wax philosophical when he was drunk, which was often. Jamie would silently sit at the dinner table and listen to the man ramble on about how things had been different when he had been growing up. How back then, an honest day's work actually got you something. Jamie's mother would sit quietly at the other end of the table from his father, saying nothing, gaze firmly fixed on an empty space 6 inches in front of her face, only stirring to refill plates or glasses or to clean the dishes. Many days her unmoving, hollow eyes were ringed with various shades of purple and yellow. Had it that the foreman would be releasing a handful of workers by the end of the week, and Jamie's dad reckoned he might be one of them. Jamie had lain in the bedroom he shared with his brother, staring at the ceiling for as long as he was able, tears quietly streaming down his face, listening to the shouts through the thin walls accompanied by heavy thumps and soft moans. Finally, unable to bear the sounds anymore, No! Jamie pulled his sleeve from Lester's grip and gave him a slight shove, enough to knock him back onto the bed. The little boy sat there, pitifully sobbing as Jamie slipped through the door. Noiselessly he crept down the hallway towards the living room, holding the bat cocked the way his coach had taught. Jamie carefully poked his head around the corner, eyes growing wide at the scene that unfolded before him. His father stood in the middle of the room, a half-empty beer can in one hand, his belt in the other. His mother cowered in the far corner, hands held feebly in front of her, one eye already swollen shut. A red rage overtook Jamie, the emotion more powerful than anything he'd felt in his young life. In that moment, he made the decision to kill his father. He held his breath, stalking ever closer as the man took a long pull from his drink. Whether he was warned by the sight widening of his wife's good eye, or through some devilish intuition, Jamie's father turned just as Jamie raised his weapon. Screaming in anger and frustration, Jamie swung as hard as he could, only to have the bat plucked from his hands as easily as a child pulling the wings off a fly. "You little shit." The slap hit Jamie hard enough to see stars, his head snapping backwards, and he stumbled against the wall. The next blow crushed the air from his chest, and he crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. "Think you're man enough to take a swing at me, huh?" Jamie tasted blood and heard a dull crack when his father kicked him in the ribs. He curled into a ball as the blows continued to fall. "See how you like a taste of your own medicine, boy." Jamie raised his arms to defend himself as the bat came down, smashing against his forearm. He screamed as he felt the bone snap. "Don't, huh? We're just getting started." Jamie's eyes widened in terror as his father raised the bat above his head, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Suddenly his mother was there, pinning Jamie to the ground, shielding him with her own body. "Frank, you fucking animal! He's your son!" "Get out of the way, whore. The boy's gonna learn." "You'll have to kill me first. Go ahead and do it. Then enjoy being locked up for the rest of your miserable life, you piece of shit." "You think I won't?" "I know you won't. You don't have the balls." For a moment, Jamie thought he would do it, the bat wavering ever so slightly as his father's eyes narrowed in drunken rage. Then he lowered the bat and turned his back on the huddled pair. "Fucking bitch." He walked across the room to where the television blared loudly and dropped into an easy chair, tossing the bat into the corner. His mother slowly got to her feet. "He needs to go to the hospital, Frank." "Then fucking take him." She helped Jamie up. "Get to the car and lock yourself in, baby. I'll get your brother." They also tightly wrapped his chest in medical tape, though fortunately his ribs were just cracked and bruised and not broken. Jamie lay lightly dozing in a hospital bed, Lester curled up under his unbroken arm, fast asleep, while his mother spoke softly to a woman in the hallway. They talked for a while, ever so often shooting concerned glances at him through the doorway. Finally, his mother came into the room and gently sat down next to him. "Who was that lady, Mom?" "No one, honey. She's just worried about how you got your injuries and how I got mine." "What did you tell her?" "What I had to." Jamie grit his teeth in frustration. "Why do you stay with him, Mom? We could leave." His mother smiled sadly. "You'll understand someday. Now, you have to promise me something. No matter what happens, never try to do what you did tonight again." "But, I mean it, Jamie. I would die if anything happened to you or your brother. I can take care of myself. You just have to trust me, baby."
lying there in the dark, feeling the slow rise and fall of his brother's chest as he softly snored beside him, Jamie lied to his mother for the first and only time in his life. "All right, Mom. I promise." A nurse came in and adjusted a knob on one of the tubes leading to his arm. Jamie felt his eyelids grow heavy as his mother stroked his forehead. "That's my brave boy. My brave, beautiful boy." Well, Jamie thought to himself as he drifted to sleep, it might not really be a lie. I said I wouldn't try again. Next time, I just have to succeed. Jamie had slowly healed over the coming weeks. His arm itched under the cast, but the worst part was his cracked ribs ached constantly and sent sharp pains running through his side whenever he took a deep breath. One night, he lay in bed fitfully trying to get comfortable when the dark shape of his father loomed over him from the doorway. Terrified, he remained absolutely still, feigning sleep. Jamie trying desperately not to gasp from the pain radiating from his house. Even now, the 8-year-old was making faces across the table at Jamie, trying to get him to laugh. Jamie thought about trying to kick him under the table, but decided not to. He didn't want to draw attention to himself. "This town is going to hell, I tell ya," his father spoke between bites of roast. "Unemployment through the roof, homeless bums passed down on every other street corner." He took a swig of beer. "And don't even get me started about the disappearing kids. That little Fontaine girl's the latest one," Last week. Her dad stopped by the factory today, out of his goddamn mind. Washed over Jamie, quickly followed by shame. He'd known Morgan Fontaine for years. The first day of second grade, another boy had pulled on her raven black braid, and Jamie had shoved him away. Morgan, needing no one to fight her battles for her, turned and punched the boy in the nose. Friends ever since, and for the last year or so, Jamie had felt his feelings towards her changing towards something deeper than friendship. Her sister Claire was about the same age as Lester. Jamie knew the girl certainly. He often walked the sisters home after school, with Lester dragging his feet behind them. But Jamie was really only there to spend time with Morgan. The emotions he felt about her weren't well defined as of yet, but something in his stomach had heaved in the brief moment he thought she was missing. His relief that she wasn't was offset by the knowledge she would surely be devastated by Claire's disappearance. Neither girl had been in school the last 2 days, and this explained why. "Mom, may I be excused, please?" She hadn't finished her nod before Jamie was halfway out the door. "And if you didn't want me to come, you had to walk me back home." Turning back towards the road as he waited, Jamie's eyes fell on the dilapidated building a little farther down the street, as they often did when he walked Morgan home. It must have been really something back in its day. What with its massive stone walls and windows, enormous garden, and high iron fence. But the wicker house had been abandoned for more than 40 years. The walls were dirty and the windows broken. The garden so overgrown it more closely resembled a jungle, and the fence was mottled with rust. The wick spikes just on the top of the post still looked plenty sharp, though. Jamie felt an involuntary shiver crawl down his spine. People said the place was haunted, and it was easy to see why, even in the daylight. Quick steps approached from inside the house, and Jamie turned back just as the door swung open. Mrs. Fontaine stood there, a tissue held in one hand and her eyes tinged with red. It was obvious she had been crying. "Good evening, Mrs. Fontaine. We heard about Claire. We were hoping we could see Morgana." Jamie was always careful to use Morgan's full name around her mother. Morgan hated it, but her mother was especially particular in that regard. "We're terribly sorry about what's happened." Lester nodded solemnly next to him, so far continuing to obey the order to keep his mouth shut. For a moment, Jamie was afraid the woman would slam the door in their faces and send them packing. But then she bent over and swept both of them up in a hug. Of course, boys. Come in. It's a trying time, and Morgana needs her friends to help her through this. She's upstairs." "Thank you, ma'am." Lester followed closely as Jamie went up the stairs and down the hallway to Morgan's room. He knocked lightly and waited a moment. All was quiet. He knocked again and called softly through the door. "Morgan? It's Jamie. I got Lester with me. We came to see you." The crack. The interior of the room was dark, and Morgan squinted into the light of the hallway. Jamie's heart lurched into his throat. She looked awful. Unlike her mother, Morgan's eyes weren't red from crying, but were bloodshot just the same. Deep circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept for the last several days, and her raven black hair was snarled into a tangled bird's nest on top of her head. She looked thinner than normal, as if she hadn't been eating. Getting her bearings, she eyed Lester with an appraising look. "Missing, huh, twerp? That's what they're saying? That's what you think is going on?" Her laugh had a slight manic tone to it, and continued for several moments too long. Jamie and Lester exchanged a concerned glance before she finally regained control of herself. "Sorry about that. I haven't slept in days. You better come in before Mom changes her mind." She opened the door wider and made a sweeping gesture with her arm. Jamie walked through the door with Lester following, gripping his hand tightly. The room was a mess. It was hard to see details in the dark, but Jamie could smell the dirty clothes strewn about the room and notice piles of used dishes stacked here and there throughout. The only light came from a tiny lamp sitting on a desk at the far wall, the rest of which was strewn with old newspapers. A small leather-bound book that looked like a diary or journal lay upon in the middle of the desk. Morgan retrieved the book before moving to the bed where she sat, pulling her legs up and crossing them in front of her. Jamie looked around for a place to sit before she finally settled for a relatively open spot on the floor, Lester crouching down beside him. Morgan stared at the two boys, unblinking, like a bird of prey on its perch, deciding what to do with a morsel it had just spied in the field below. Jamie tried to think of something to say, but found his mind was strangely blank. Instead, he cleared his throat in the uncomfortable silence. Finally, Morgan apparently made up her mind. "What do you know about Thomas Wicker?" she asked. "What? You mean the millionaire? The one whose old house is down the block?" "That's the one, yeah. What do you know about him?" Jamie was confused by the line of questioning. Well, I mean, like I said, he was a millionaire. I think he had some oil fields or something. And he was some kind of explorer. Had all kinds of weird stuff he did in Africa and all over the place. He built that house about 40 years ago, and he had a wife, but she disappeared a few years after that. And, he trailed off. "Yes?" Her face remained blank, but conveyed an air of expectation. "He killed himself," Lester whispered softly. "Everyone knows. And everyone's wrong." She chuckled, slightly patting the book in her lap. "This book, it has the truth. And let me tell you, boys, in this case, the truth is a whole hell of a lot stranger than fiction." Jamie eyed the book skeptically. "Oh yeah? What is that thing anyway?" "This old thing?" Morgan's tone was playful, but her eyes were deadly serious. "Why, nothing less than the Journal of Thomas Whitaker." It took Jamie half an hour to page through the journal. He didn't read it in depth, other than a few passages Morgan had specifically marked, Lester trying to lean over his shoulder the whole time. Finally, he reached the end. "Where did you find this thing?" "What do you think?" "In that fucking house, buried under piles of papers in the attic." "You went in there?" "Morgan, you must be crazier than he was. There's no way the stuff in this book is true. Wicker must have been insane. I mean, he was insane, remember? He killed those people who worked for him, and then he killed himself. The stuff he wrote in here is the rambling of a lunatic." Morgan scowled at him. "Yeah? Well, how stupid do you think I am? Seriously, that I'm just going to believe something that's written in an old book?" Jamie frowned. "What are you talking about? You mean you got more?" She rolled her eyes and got up from the bed, moving towards the desk. "Loads more. The police report from the night Wicker killed himself. News articles about his so-called wife before she mysteriously vanished. And stories. Tons and tons of stories from people claiming to have seen her after she disappeared. But that's nothing. Just ghost stories written for frightened kids." He stopped as he saw her eyes threaten to overflow with tears. Angrily, she wiped them away. "That's what I thought too, at first. But then..." Her voice broke into a sob. Whispering, she spoke, almost to herself, her gaze fixed straight ahead, eyes staring at nothing. It was just a dare. It was just a stupid dare. I'd think that maybe living down the street from the house we'd eventually get used to it. But I never did. I could never look at it without getting creeped out. I hate being scared. And finally, a couple weeks ago, I decided to do a picture of the second story of the house, in much better condition than it currently stood, and Jamie could see the fuzzy image of a woman standing in the window. The only detail, a surprising sharpness of her eyes. Finally, I got all I could out of the papers. For the amount of stories they ran after Wicker's death, they had surprisingly little actual information about him. So last week, I decided I'd go inside and see if I could find anything. I figured maybe once I saw what was in there, I'd be less scared. Claire insisted on going with me. You know how little siblings are. She looked pointedly at Lester before continuing. I really hadn't thought we'd find anything. But once we snuck in, it looked like the house hadn't been touched in all this time. Once the police completed the investigation, they just sort of closed the front door and walked away. There's so many creepy stories about the place. I think it's kept a lot of people out who would have gone through it before now. I wish I would have done the same, she sighed. There's still a whole bunch of weird stuff in there. Masks and statues and all sorts of things. The room the picture in the paper shows as Mrs. Whitaker's has these symbols scrawled all over the walls. Eventually we made our way up to the attic. The house is all run down and some of the stairs were pretty rotten, but the ladder leading up to the attic was still there. I thought if I saw where he killed himself, that would be enough to cure me of my fear. So we went up and poked around. And that's where I found this. She tapped on the journal. Even though a part of me was telling myself it had to be make-believe. The next day, I was talking to Claire about it. She laughed at me, said I was scared of a stupid empty house. I told her if she wasn't a scaredy cat, that she should go spend an hour in Mrs. Whitaker's old room at midnight. I think she was afraid, but she didn't want to admit it in front of me. You know how little siblings are. She looked at Lester again. So last Saturday, we snuck out again. That's the first day the fog really came in. We were practically on the top of the house before I could see it. I offered to let Claire out of the deal, but she was insistent, even though she was so scared she was shaking. I told her that at least I'd lower the terms of the dare. I didn't want to be there any more than she did. In reality, I was glad she was moving as quickly as she was. Those were the thoughts going through my head when I heard Claire calling me. I looked up, and there she was standing in the window, waving at me clear as day, even through the fog. She had this huge smile on her face, so proud of what she'd done. Too big of a coward to do anything about it, Jamie. I must have stood there for 20 minutes just yelling her name. I never even heard anything from her, not a scream, not a sound. Maybe if I'd heard something, knew for sure that something was happening, that would have spurred me to run in. But I didn't. I couldn't. Finally, my voice started to go hoarse, and I just sat down on the ground and started to cry. I'm not sure how long I was sitting there sobbing before I noticed that the fog had started to thicken even more. Suddenly, I became aware of this presence. You know how sometimes you can tell someone is looking at you even when you aren't looking at them? It was like that. I looked up and couldn't make anything out 5 feet in front of me because of the fog. But even so, I could see this pair of eyes staring at me from near the door. She shuddered. I don't know how I know this, but those eyes were happy, Jamie. Happy and hungry. I thought I'd been scared before that, and I thought I'd been out of screams. Boy, was I wrong. I turned and ran so fast, it's a wonder I didn't knock myself out trying to get through the gate. Even more wonder I managed to find my way back to my house through the fog. But I did, screaming and crying and blubbering the whole way. By that point, I actually had managed to wake my parents up with all the noise I was making. They were at the front door when I was just about collapsed on the welcome mat. Since the night she'd got out. She opened the book on her lap and absently started to leaf through the pages. It's all in here. The stuff Wicker saw, that he encountered. She was one of them. That thing everyone thought was his wife. He kept her locked away up there in that room so that she'd never be free. But she got free, and Wicker decided he'd rather kill himself than face what he knew she'd do once she was. She paused, blankly staring at the book. "Now hang on a second, Morgan," Jamie cut in. "Nothing you saw proves anything that in the book is true. I mean, I certainly believe that you saw someone in the house, and in all likelihood, they're the one that took Claire. But there's nothing about it other than those eyes that suggest there's a ghost or demons or whatever that are responsible for this. And that could have just been your mind." Jamie felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand at attention. "What do you mean, Morgan? How can you be so sure?" "Because, remember I said when she moved away from that window, that was the last time I saw her alive? I didn't say that was the last time I saw her. That's why I haven't been able to sleep." Morgan shivered slightly, took a breath. "Claire comes to me every night, out of the fog. She looks at me through my window with her black, empty eyes, her hand lightly tapping on the pane like she wants to come inside. But somehow I know that's not it at all. It's not that she wants to be let in. It's that she wants me to come out." "But Morgan," Lester whispered, wide-eyed, "your room is on the second floor." She threw back her head and laughed. "I know. Wild, isn't it?" Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Jamie with an accusing expression. "So any more bright ideas or thoughts about how crazy I am?" Jamie shook his head. "Have you told your parents? The police?" Morgan chuckled at that. "Told them what exactly? That some demon succubus stole my little sister and turned her into a monster? Come on, Jamie. You know they'd never believe that, even with the journal to back up my story. You could have them stay with you. Show her to them. Already tried it. Morgan's mouth drew into a tight, hard smile. Why, put the bitch back in her cage, of course. Jamie only hesitated a moment before he nodded. Okay. What can I do to help? Jamie silently made his way down the empty streets towards Morgan's house. It hadn't been any trouble to sneak out. His dad was drunk as always, passed out in front of the TV. Nights like that, Mom went to bed early to avoid the possibility of waking him up and putting him in one of his black moods. It was too easy to walk out the front door with only the slightest creak of hinges to betray his exit. Lester hadn't wanted him to go, of course. The kid was terrified. But then when he realized he wasn't going to convince Jamie to stay back, he tried to insist on coming himself. That wasn't going to happen. Morgan had already lost Claire screwing around with this house, and whether he was about to encounter demon women or just some deranged pedophile, there was no way Jamie would let the squirt tag along. Not this time. Morgan had laid out the bones of the plan earlier that day. The journal never referenced the thing called Lady Wicker by name, but there were plenty of passages talking about her and she. Morgan had also found a detailed drawing that resembled the symbols on the wall of what had been Lady Wicker's prison. Some of the symbols were marred, Jamie, she said, opening the book to the page in question. Strange letters that looked nothing so much as random scratches and scribbles covered the page. I'm sure that's what let her get out of there. It can't be she's completely free, though, or she wouldn't still be hanging around the wake. My guess is that whatever did it just caused the cage door to open wide enough so she could stick her head out and snap at anything that gets too close. If we can fix the symbols, it'll close the door again. It seemed like a good plan, as far as Jamie could tell, except he would have preferred they go during the daylight. You think I don't want that too? Morgan looked at him incredulously. Christ, Jamie, going back into that fucking house is the absolute last thing I want to do, especially at night. But there's no way my parents will let me go over there after everything that happened, and they keep a close enough eye on me during the day that there's no way I'd be able to sneak out. We have to go at night. And so he reluctantly agreed. Jamie arrived at Morgan's house and crouched down on her porch. The fog was already starting to heavily roll in, but he could still make out the ominous outline of the wicker house farther down the street. A slight noise made him turn as Morgan slipped out the front door to join him. Good, you're here. I didn't want to have to wait for you out here alone. No telling if my sister will decide to show up, and I really don't want to find out what happens if she does. Did you bring the paint and brushes? Jamie patted the backpack slung over his shoulder. Yeah. You have the journal? Morgan held it up along with a battery-powered flashlight to help us see so we can draw the symbols. Let's go. I want to get this over with. In silence, the pair stepped into the fog. The heavy iron gate screamed loudly as Morgan pushed it open far enough for them to squeeze through. Looking up, Jamie realized this was the closest he'd ever been to the wicker house. The structure squatted like an insect, the gaze of its painless windows radiating malevolence as tendrils of fog curled and wrapped around its eaves. Its empty gaze seemed to follow them as they made their way up the overgrown path and slipped through the front door. Once inside, Morgan switched on the flashlight, the white beam slicing through the otherwise pitch-black darkness. She played the light around a bit to orient herself in the gloom, and Jamie could see that what she'd said about the house was true. The place looked as though it hadn't been touched in the 40 years it stood empty. Finding the staircase with the light, Morgan slowly moved up to the second floor, Jamie following closely on her heels, carefully avoiding the rotten steps. The top of the stairwell opened to a long hallway. The door at the far end Silently they crept down the hall, and soon found themselves in the room. Morgan passed the beam along the walls, and Jamie's mouth dropped open. The symbols were something to be seen in the journal, certainly, but they were a completely different matter in real life. The number of them was astounding, and it was obvious that they had been painted on the walls with meaning and purpose, far from the jumble of scribbles he thought when he first saw them in the book. It seemed as if though they glowed with a faint luminescence, and not for the first time Jamie wondered if conducting the repairs would be as easy as Morgan had made it out to be. Finally, Morgan rested the light on the far wall, and Jamie could see exactly what she had meant. Several of the symbols were noticeably smudged, though it was impossible to tell what may have caused the damage. Jamie dropped his pack to the floor and hurriedly removed the 2 brushes and a small can of paint he had stuffed inside. "Here, hold this so I can see." Morgan handed him the flashlight as she opened the journal to the page she had marked. Picking up the paint and a brush, she moved over the damaged section. "Okay, shine it over here." He complied, and with a look of intense concentration, Morgan began to carefully paint. She'd been at work for several minutes and was making good headway when the fog began noticeably seeping through the broken window. A feeling that he was being watched began to grow stronger, and Jamie felt a rash of goosebumps break out down his arms. He glanced from side to side, attempting to find the cause of the feeling. "Morgan." "I know," she snapped, her voice trembling slightly. "I feel it too. She's coming. Just keep the beam steady. Finishing this is our only chance." She continued to work, and Jamie saw her brush shake slightly, small droplets of paint falling to the floor. A sudden cloud of fog boiled in through the window, and as he turned, he found himself facing the opposite corner of the room. From its depths peered a pair of shockingly intense eyes. They fixed on him. The gaze immediately locked his own, and in a moment, Jamie felt his will drain. Easy, bud. I'm here. His gaze fell on Morgan. The flashlight had fallen so that the beam bled over where she was lying on the ground, twitching violently. Her eyes rolled back in her head so only the whites were visible. He grabbed the light and rushed to her side, trying to hold her head steady. Morgan! Morgan! Come on, wake up! Jamie... Lester was tugging at his shoulder. Damn it, Lester, what? His eyes moved up. Twisting with Lester clutching his arm, he shone the beam about the room to see they were completely surrounded. When the light reached the front of the room, it fell upon a figure lost in the fog, save for the same intense pair of eyes that had almost completely bewitched him before. As the boys watched, the lines of the figure seemed to coalesce and solidify until finally a woman appeared before them as if by magic. Dressed in all white, she was beautiful, her hair a black even darker than Morgan's, her skin as pale as new-fallen snow. Her lips were blood red and drawn up in a cruel, knowing smile. Her eyes were the same as before, twin stars that had seemed to draw Jamie into them with a supernatural attraction, their message one of unspeakable pleasure and pain. Jamie shuddered. At his side, Lester was crying, the words falling out of him. Jamie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I had to come. I just had to. And then you wouldn't wake up, and the kids were standing around us and... Lester, shut up, Jamie snapped. Remember what I said earlier? If you tag along, you have to keep your mouth shut. The boy quieted as Jamie slowly eased his left arm holding the flashlight under Morgan's back. The girl had stopped convulsing, but her eyes were closed and her breath was quick and shallow. Now, Jamie reached for his pack and slipped his other hand inside. When I tell you to run, I want you to run downstairs, out the door, and back home as fast as you can. Got it? Bright red in the beam of the light. With a cry, Jamie lay Morgan at the bottom of the steps and rushed to help his brother. The leg was wedged tight, and anything he did to try to manipulate it caused Lester to moan in agony. Crying, Jamie started striking at the edges of the stairs, trying to work Lester's leg free while the boy whimpered and sobbed. An unnatural silence caused Jamie to stop his struggle and raise his eyes to the top of the staircase. The woman stood there, surrounded by her children, the fog twisting around her feet, giving her the impression of floating. The message in her eyes was a promise of pain, retribution for the injury caused by the water. From where he was trapped, Lester could see everything. "Go!" he cried, struggling to talk through the pain. "Get her out of here!" Passed through the entryway, he glanced up and saw the woman had begun to descend the stairs towards his brother, flanked by her hideous children. Jamie redoubled his efforts, practically falling down the steps through the billowing fog. In only a few moments, he was through the gate, intending to leave her there, when Morgan's eyes snapped open and she pulled herself from her grasp with a shout. "Jesus, Jamie, we have to get out of here. I was wrong. So wrong. God, she was in my mind. She wants to use me." She clutched Jamie's sleeve. "We need to get as far from here as we can." Jamie shook his head. "I can't leave. Lester's in there. He's the only reason we got this far. I have to go back for him." Tears began to roll down Morgan's cheeks. "Jamie, you don't understand. I can't go back in there. If she uses me the way she wants, it'll mean terrible, terrible things. For us all. For the world." Jamie smiled sadly. I know, and I'm not asking you to, but he's my brother." He stooped down and kissed her lightly on the forehead. "I love you, Morgan. I just wanted to make sure you knew that." No, Jamie, please don't go, please." He stood, and Morgan tried to clutch his arm, but he gently pulled away. "I'm sorry," he said. "Goodbye." She'd accuse him of all sorts of things, even suggesting he had a hand in their disappearance. Frank took it all, privately resenting the injustice, but knowing on some level he deserved all that and more. Maybe he wasn't guilty of everything she tried to stick on him, but God knew he had plenty of sins. He'd never said any differently. Still, he knew he hadn't had anything to do with the boys missing. her down Blackwood Drive and found himself standing in front of the broken-down house near where they had found the Fontaine girl. She'd been out of her mind, shaking and screaming and crying. When they finally got her to calm down, she had been talking crazy. Women in white, ghost children, absolute lunacy. And somehow his boys were mixed up in the middle of it. They had searched the house looking for them and found Jamie's backpack in one of the rooms upstairs. Morgan insisted there had been some old journal she had with her, but there was no sign of that. Probably just another figment of her imagination. The symbols in the room were sure odd, but for the life of him, Frank couldn't figure out what would make the girl try to cover them up. It was obvious there was a decent-sized portion of the wall that had been recently painted over, and the paint and brushes still wet where they lay. The place gave him the creeps. He took another slug of booze. Fucking place. Should probably be burnt to the ground. His boys missing, the girl's sister missing, and now he heard the Fontaines had packed the girl off to some loony bin somewhere. Couldn't get her to tell a straight story. Out of her goddamn mind. Hell, for all Frank knew, she had something to do with Jamie and Lester disappearing. Yeah, no probably about it. Someone should definitely burn the place. Before he even had time to really think about the thought, Frank was halfway up the path to the front door. He had a lighter in his pocket. A house this old, with that much dry wood, that was plenty to make it go up like a matchbook. He stopped at the foot of the stairs, fumbling for his lighter, not noticing the vicious fog that had begun creeping about him. By the time he looked up, lighter in hand, "Is it really you?" "You boys. Missed you so much." He opened his arms, and they moved into his embrace, their arms tightly encircling his neck. "Missed you." The words trailed off as Frank saw a beautiful woman appear in the fog, her otherworldly eyes alight with joy and hunger. The cloud continued to thicken until all that was visible were a few shadows that seemed to struggle briefly before falling still. There was no sound, as sighs and screams alike were drowned, lost in the fog. Covered in a blanket of white, Arthur's wake continued to die. It must have been the most run-down, filth-ridden motel room I had ever seen. The kind of place where cockroaches didn't feel the need to scatter at the flash of a light bulb. I wouldn't be surprised if a whole civilization of the nasty things were living between the walls, laying their repulsive egg sacs wherever they please, and multiplying faster than an Asian kid on Adderall. I was seated at the edge of the bed, shifting uncomfortably atop its warped mattress while trying to ignore the rank funk radiating from a pile of unwashed sheets bundled up in the corner. It was the type of room people did everything but sleep in. It was fine by me. I didn't come there for shut-eye anyways. In my left hand was a half-drunk bottle of Jack Daniels. In my right was a .32 Smith & Wesson. The extraordinarily depressing location was poetically fitting in a way. I was extraordinarily depressed after all. It was my wife who was the cause of my misery. She had broken my heart, leaving me with nothing but a vacant, grief-stricken soul, like a teenager who listens to Fall Out Boy and writes poetry on Tumblr. For a while, suspicions of infidelity had loomed over our marriage, but I had always chalked up my conjectures as nothing more than paranoid delusions. They say denial is the best remedy for heartache. It wasn't until I stumbled across a series of implicitly sexual emails between her and the pastor of our church, a married man in his own right, that I was faced with the morbid reality of my wife's secret sexcapades. Pastor Alonzo was a slick, fast-talking, cutthroat shark who dressed more like a U.S. senator than a man of the cloth. He pulled in a far bigger salary than one might expect a holy man to earn. A lot of people who would be surprised to find out just how profitable the preaching business can be, especially when you head up to the second biggest megachurch in California. Alonzo had a taste for life's opulent luxuries and wasn't afraid to flaunt it. It wasn't uncommon for him to drive a Mercedes-Benz to church or show off his collection of Rolex watches during Sunday services. I guess that's why my wife gravitated towards him. She always did have a weak spot for material things. There was one thing that all the pastor's money couldn't buy him, though. Kids of his own. His wife Darcy's on-again, off-again battle with the big C had thrown a monkey wrench into his plans to start a family. Recently, her cancer had taken a turn for the worse, and while she lied up in the hospital on her deathbed, the pastor and my wife were getting together for some extra Bible study lessons. When I confronted my wife about the emails, things got ugly. Names were called, expletives were hurled, and threats were thrown out, by her mostly. She explained to me that the pastor invited her and the kids to move in with them once Darcy passed, an offer my better half had accepted. She said she was going to give him the family he always wanted, my family. I didn't have the money to fight a long, drawn-out custody battle or hire big-time lawyers, but Pastor Alonzo did. Couple that with the fact women usually win these kinds of disputes, even if they don't always deserve it, and you can see why things were looking so bleak for me. Another man had stolen my wife, my children, my life, and there was nothing I could do about it. The room started slowly spinning, and I realized my good friend Jack was up to his old tricks again. Nausea was beginning to set in, and I didn't want to spend my last moments alive vomiting the Carl's Jr. cheeseburger I had wolfed down an hour earlier, so I decided to stop stalling and finish what I came there for. I placed the revolver's barrel in my mouth and rested my finger on the trigger. In case you were wondering if my life flashed before my eyes, allow me to be perfectly blunt. It didn't. I was thankful for it too. I'd rather have taken a bubble bath with Bruce Valanche and Ron Howard's little brother than relive all the agony that woman put me through. I shut my eyes as tight as possible in preparation for the bullet to pass through my brain. They say, he who hesitates is lost. In short, the proverb means that spending too much time deliberating on an important decision can ultimately lead to disastrous consequences. Although in my case, one tiny minute moment of pause may have actually prevented said consequences and saved my life. The cold metallic taste of the revolver's barrel on my tongue caused me to question my actions for only the briefest of seconds. But sometimes, even that could be more than enough to change a man's fortunes. As I sat there, trying to talk myself into pulling the trigger, the telephone in my motel room began to ring. I slid the gun out of my mouth, sat good old Jack, the only friend I had left, down on the nightstand, and answered the phone. "Hello?" I said in my best possible, not about to kill myself voice. "Jacob! I'm so glad you picked up." I had no idea who the voice on the other line belonged to. I never heard it before, but whoever it was, they seemed to know me. "Listen, Jake," he continued, "before you go and redecorate the walls with the inside of your skull, we need to have a talk first." I hadn't told anyone where I planned on being that evening, but this guy not only knew my name and location, but even the fact that I was contemplating punching my ticket to that big toga party in the sky. Had he been watching me? I needed some answers. Using every working brain cell in my head, I came up with the most rational, thought-out, intelligent question I could construct. What? I said we need to have a talk, Jacob. Now sit tight. I'm on my way over to your room right now. And with that, he hung up the phone. I stared blankly at the wall, completely dumbfounded, my mind still trying to process what happened. I wondered for a moment if I had just been the victim of a prank call. It seemed from our short conversation that the guy on the other end of the line had been watching me. My first inclination was that he might have been some sort of pervert. After all, the motel wasn't exactly a 4-star accommodation, and I did notice that the place looked to be a magnet for weirdos, freaks, and other types of seedy characters when I checked in. I took a swig of liquid courage. For some reason, I always felt braver when Jack was around. Knock, knock. The knock on the door nearly caused me to lose control of my bowels. The double Western bacon cheeseburger was coming out one way or the other. I tried to convince myself that I was just being neurotic, but something about the call made me feel uneasy. I had become aware of a dark, inexplicable feeling that began bubbling from within the pit of my stomach the moment the phone first rang. An awful combination of dread, fear, hate, and a myriad of other terrible emotions all simmering together in some kind of unspeakable brew. "Who is it?" I called out. No one answered. I waited for a response and then tried again, this time with a little more bass in my voice. "Who is it?" Knock, knock. I stood up from the bed, tucked the gun into the waistband of my pants, and zipped up my jacket, making sure it was properly concealed before making my way towards the door. Knock, knock.
I said, who is it?
Housekeeping. The voice on the other side of the door sounded like it belonged to an elderly Hispanic woman. Oh. I chuckled at myself for letting a maid get me so riled up.
Please come back later. Thank you.
Knock, knock.
Housekeeping. I said come back, please. I clean now?
By this point, the woman was seriously trying my patience. Either she didn't speak English, or she was a complete moron.
I come in? There's a sign on the doorknob. Can't you read?
I swung open the door, ready to give the woman a piece of my wine.
It says, do not
There was no one in the hallway. I leaned my head out of the room to see if the irritating maid wasn't bothering some other poor sap. But the corridor was as empty and barren as a Blockbuster video store. Convinced that I had officially lost my marbles, I retreated back inside and closed the door behind me. Knock, knock. Not a second later, the knocking started up again.
Housekeeping. Go away!
I shouted at the top of my lungs. Where had she come from? Just moments earlier, I was alone in the halls. Knock, knock.
I change towels?
Listen, please just leave me alone, I begged. There's no way in hell I'm letting you in. It was just getting harder and harder to ignore that strange, dark sensation that was still brewing inside my stomach. Knock, knock.
I said, go away!
Once more, I opened the door, and once more, there was not a cleaning woman in sight. This time, however, I was not alone. Doubled over in laughter before me was a teenage boy, no older than 16. He was wearing a forest green hoodie and a matching flat-billed baseball cap tilted off to the side, a fashion choice that made him look spectacularly douchey. His baggy jeans sagged halfway down his ass, exposing a pair of striped boxers and accenting his douchiness even further. A black bandana hung out of the back of his pocket, as if he was some kind of gangbanger. I found this to be particularly stupid, since he appeared to be some type of suburban white kid whose mom drove him to soccer practice in a minivan.
Can I help you?
I said. I was about 10 seconds away from wringing the little twerp's neck. By the way, he was convulsing in laughter. It was clear that he was the mastermind behind my harassment.
Oh, man,
he managed to squeeze out between breaths.
You should have seen yourself. You look like you just got caught with your dick in the family goat.
What? The boy wiped a tear from his eye and took a deep exhale in an attempt to rein in his laughter.
Damn, did that go over your head? Sorry. Now that I think about it, the expression is a little before your time. It originated in Scotland in the mid-1700s. A lot more people owned goats back then, so I guess it used to be funnier. When you've been around as long as I have, it's hard to stay caught up with the latest lingo. What are all the kids saying these days, Jake? Is YOLO still a thing? You know what? Never mind. I came here to talk to you about something else. May I come in?
No, you may not. I extended my arm across the door frame that blocked the entrance of my room.
Why don't you just get the hell out of here, kid? I'm busy. Oh, yes, I can see that. It'll only take a minute of your time.
The boy ducked under my arm, scrambling past me before I could stop him. Once inside, he paused for a moment, surveying the room, and smiling snidely to himself.
Jeez, Jake, this place is a dump. Why the blazes would you want to blow your brains out here? I personally would have chosen the Ritz-Carlton uptown if I was going to off myself. Oh, but not before ordering some of those delicious sweet potato truffle fries from the bar in the lobby.
You got about 3 seconds to get the hell out of here, kid.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots.
He giggled to himself briefly before continuing.
Honestly, man, intimidation isn't your forte. I promise I'll leave in a second. But as I said before, I wanted to have a little chat first.
What do you want?
To help you out.
You can help me by getting the hell out of my room.
A bit snippy, are we? Jacob, I know you had a rough day, but it doesn't have to end the way you think it does. So what if your wife hurt you? Fuck up. There's a way to remedy this situation.
It was then that I realized the darkness inside me had never gone away. Instead, it had been flourishing, spreading from my core as if pervaded throughout the rest of my body. How did this kid know so much about me? For a second time that evening, I was so rattled I could hardly spit out a sentence.
Who are you?
I said. He leaned in and cupped his ear like an old man whose hearing had waned over time.
Were you Was I watching you? Is that what you were going to say? Learn to enunciate, man. Sorry to interrupt, but if I let you do all the talking, we're going to be here all night. And believe me when I tell you, I've got other places to be. Now then, why don't I answer your second question first? Yes, I was watching you, but not in a creepy staring at you through the window kind of way. You know, like Ryan Gosling in Drive. Did you ever see that movie? It's surprisingly good. And that Gosling, he's got chops, I tell you. That guy is so damn handsome too. Some lucky bastards just hit the jackpot in the genetic lottery. Am I right?
The kid was giving me a bad vibe. I slid my hand into my jacket pocket and felt through the fabric for the handle of my revolver. All the while, he continued to blabber senselessly about how the Mickey Mouse Club was the greatest thing to ever happen to the entertainment industry. I needed to somehow get control of this situation.
Shut the hell up, kid. You better give me some straight answers right now. Why were you watching me?
The boy's smile quickly disappeared. He scanned me up and down, probing me with his eyes as if he was examining every inch of my body, a look of utter disgust in his face. It was bizarre. His very stare made me feel ashamed and violated.
More questions, huh? First off, you should probably make sure the hammer isn't cocked on that little lemon squeezer of yours. You're going to shoot your dick off, and then you'll really have a reason to kill yourself.
Somehow, he knew about the gun I was hiding under my coat. I unzipped my jacket and pulled it out from my pants. He was right. I had left it cocked.
I was watching you because I saw a doomed soul. A lost spirit, so to speak, who was about to let the bad guys win, and I just couldn't bring myself to allow you to do it.
He moseyed over to the television and dragged his fingers down the screen, leaving a spotless streak across the otherwise dust-covered glass.
Take it from a guy who's been there before. I know exactly how you're feeling right now. I too have been betrayed by someone I loved, cast down, and thrown out in favor of another.
He paused for a moment, looking at the dust that had collected on his fingertip when he wiped it across the screen.
But I haven't answered your first inquiry yet, have I? Who am I? Well, that's a loaded question. I'm a man of many epithets. Over the years, I've been known as the bearer of light, the son of perdition, even the proud one. In a story once, Washington Irving referred to me as Old Nick. I have been anointed a prince, while at the same time branded a beast.
You're telling me that you're the...
Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name.
But that's impossible.
Why? You go to church, don't you? Is it so hard to believe that asinine little book, the one you people so arrogantly proclaim to be God's true word, actually got something right? Don't go patting yourself on the back for being a Christian, though. The Bible's filled with more half-truths and garbage than a supermarket tabloid.
I was completely taken aback by what the boy was saying. A couple minutes earlier, I was getting ready to lodge a bullet in my brain. Now I was talking to a teenager who just declared himself to be the embodiment of evil. If you're the devil, I asked, then why do you look like a kid?
Why not? I do as I please. I can appear as whatever I want. You think this is weird? Once I made myself look like a snake just so I could talk to a hot, naked chick.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
Neither did Carlos Mencia's comedy career, but it happened anyways. By the way, I assure you I had nothing to do with that.
He shook his head.
I suppose it's proof you require, eh? I miss the old days where you people would blindly take me for my word. It made it so much easier to cheat at poker.
The boy gave me a mischievous wink.
All right. Why don't you pick up the phone? There's someone who needs to speak with you.
Not a second later, a shrill, ear-splitting sound cut through the motel room. The telephone on the end table was ringing. I shot a skeptical look over to the teenager. He was holding his hand to his ear, as if there was an invisible phone in it. "Hello?" I said as I picked up the phone.
Housekeeping. I clean now?
As the boy's lips moved, I could hear the cleaning woman's voice over the telephone.
No hablo inglés. I come in?
He burst into a fit of laughter. I was floored. I tried to play it cool, but I'm certain he could read the shock on my face.
Check this one out.
He cleared his throat. "I'm leaving you, Jacob." Now he sounded like my wife. "Pastor Alonso has a bigger house than yours. As a matter of fact, that's not the only thing that's bigger." This sent him into another round of giggles. After he had his laugh, his voice returned to normal.
Not bad, right? I mean, I'm no Danny Gons, but I bet I could still play the nugget.
And when he said that, he smiled. But it was just a little too wide. Wider than a mouth should stretch. Ever so briefly, I caught a glimpse of his teeth. It was as if hundreds of little tiny daggers were protruding from his gums. He shifted his head ever so slightly, and his peculiar facial features had disappeared. Once again, he looked like a typical douchebag teenager. "You can't have my soul," I said. "It's not for sale." The boy scoffed.
Come now, do you really think I just go around buying people's souls from them? You have little faith in humanity, Jacob. Most people are too smart to fall for that kind of thing. What's a lifetime of happiness compared to an eternity in hell?
Then, why are you here?
Like I said before, I do as I please, and it would please me very much to do a favor for you. No contracts or souls involved. Honest Injun.
What kind of favor? I asked. He turned and started out the door.
Why don't you accompany me for a walk, and I'll explain. Oh, and bring that little pistol with you.
As the boy exited my room, I picked up the phone again and held it to my ear. I didn't hear a dial tone, so I followed the cord only to find that it wasn't even plugged in to the wall. Jack was still sitting on the nightstand, waiting to provide consultation for me if I needed it. He was going to have to wait just a little longer. I followed the boy out the door. I caught up to him halfway down the hall, and together we headed down the rusty metal stairs that leaded to the parking lot.
I see that you're kind of in a bit of a bind, Jacob. Your wife of 15 years is leaving you for that idiot pastor and taking the kiddies with her. What were their names again? Oh yes, Hunter and Elizabeth. Such darling children.
Leave my kids alone. The mere thought of him mentioning my kids sent my anger into a tailspin. He stopped halfway down the stairs and jabbed a bony finger into my chest.
Listen here, tough guy. Just because I look like the lost member of the Backstreet Boys doesn't mean I won't turn into some sort of 10-foot-tall monstrosity of Lovecraftian descent and bite your legs off if you continue to disrespect me. Capiche?
I nodded my head.
Good. I don't know what all the fuss was about anyways. I love children. I'd have one of my own. But it's so hard to find a suitable candidate to bear the Antichrist. There's something about heralding in a millennium of hell on earth and bringing about the apocalypse that turns most women off. The only people who ever volunteer for the job are nutballs and wackos. And trust me, Jake, I don't want no baby mama drama any more than you do.
I think he was making a joke, because he paused for a second and glanced over to me as if he was expecting to hear laughs. He continued talking once he realized I didn't find him amusing.
Okay, if you ask me, you have 3 options. Option 1. You go back to your room and blow your brains out. You never see your kids again, and your wife continues fucking the pastor. Option 2. You don't do anything like a pussy. Go back to your boring and now lonely existence. You see your kids the second Saturday of every month, and your wife continues fucking the pastor.
I suppose this is where you tell me about option 3. When we made it to the base of the stairs, he gestured towards the parking lot, indicating the direction he wanted to walk.
Smart man, he said. Option number 3 is this. You take that .32 caliber Smith & Wesson over to the pastor's McMansion tonight. Your wife's there right now, discussing church business.
He made a set of quotations with his fingers.
I'm sure he's got her down on her knees, taking communion as we speak. You know, except in the whole body inside her mouth and all that.
Okay, I get it. It's a terrible joke. We aren't even Catholic. What are you trying to say? You want me to kill Pastor Alonzo?
Kill the pastor? Kill your wife? Hell, kill his annoying little shih tzu while you're at it.
You have to kill them, Jacob. Don't let them take your children from you. End their lives for trying to ruin yours. I'd do it for you. But no killing is one of the few rules I'm bound by on this miserable plane of existence. I have to admit, it was an idea that had crossed my mind earlier that night. More of a fantasy than anything. I never actually considered going through with it. But that would be a sin, I said. Now that I know hell exists, there's no way I'd do anything to risk damnation. Look who you're talking to, Jacob. Do you think I have a little bit of pull down there? For this one particular night, I will absolve you of all your sins. Think of it as a get-out-of-jail-free card. And don't worry about the fuzz either. I have friends in high places. You won't even be considered a person of interest in the murder investigation. I couldn't believe I was even entertaining the idea. I'd become so engrossed in what the miniature Kevin Federline was proposing that I didn't even realize he was leading us to my car until we were standing right in front of it. So, if it's not my soul you want, what are you getting out of this? Ah, I see my reputation precedes me. Like I said before, I'm just doing you a solid, man. He stuck his fist out, waiting for me to bump it. I left the devil hanging. Maybe one day in the future, you'll repay the favor. Or not. You certainly won't be obligated to. What kind of favor? Oh, I don't know. Pick up my dry cleaning? I haven't thought of it yet. Who cares? I may never even bother you after tonight. I reminisced back to when my wife and I were young. We were so in love, and now I was standing in a parking lot under the neon lights of the world's dirtiest roach motel, letting the baby-faced demon talk me into murdering her. How did it come to this? She's my wife, I said. Part of me still loves her. I don't know if I could do anything that would harm the mother of my children. He rolled his eyes. Oh, and clearly she loves you too.
Why else would she be on her back right now, letting that idiot pastor plow her into next week?
And when he said that, his voice got deeper, 1,000 octaves lower than anything I've ever heard in my life. The sound was maddening. It made me want to bury my fingers into my ear canals until my eardrums burst. Your adulterous, whore of a wife sins with that slimy, two-faced, sorry excuse for a human being as we speak. If that wasn't enough, she plans on ruining you by taking your children. And for what? Because you don't have a big fancy house or a nice car. She used you until something better came along, and he did the same thing to his wife. Hell is filled with men and women like them.
Send them where they belong.
It felt as though his voice was microwaving my brain from the inside. I grabbed my head and fell to my knees. The pastor sins in God's name, and you'd really sit there and do nothing? Send them to hell, Jacob. Send them to me, and I will make them suffer until the end of time. Okay, I'll do it. Excellent. His voice had conveniently reverted back to normal. Let's get started, shall we? I'll meet you at the pastor's house. I'd ride with you, but I'm the Lord of fucking darkness, and you drive a Prius, so, you know. Even though he wasn't in the car with me while I drove over to Pastor Alonso's home, I knew that I was far from alone. Every time I doubted my sanity, every time I started to question if what had transpired was even real, he was there, standing on a street corner, waiting at a bus stop, even watching me from the windows of other cars as they passed me by. I realized now that he was keeping an eye on me, making sure I didn't get cold feet. It came as no surprise to find him already waiting for me on the front steps of the pastor's massive home when I pulled up. He placed a hand on my shoulder when I got near and spoke some final words of encouragement to motivate me. "Do it for your children, Jacob." From the moment I nudged open the pastor's gaudy, oversized front door, I could hear he and my wife wailing away from the bedroom upstairs. I drew my gun and followed the moans up the steps. "Geez, Jake, it sounds like a couple of pigs getting slaughtered in there. Is that what it was like when you two used to bump uglies?" I brushed off his inconsiderate quip and leaned against the door. The boy was licking his lips in anticipation. It seemed as if he wanted them dead worse than I did. Doubt began to seep into my mind. I was no killer. The very thought of murdering the mother of my children was beginning to make me feel sick. Perhaps sensing apprehension, he started whispering in my ear. "Do it, Jake. Send them to hell." His words were easy to ignore. I was too busy thinking about my kids. Could I really take their mother away from them? Even though I had let the boy manipulate me that evening, I still had my free will. I knew that I had the power to walk out the front door if I wanted to. No one needed to die. He who hesitates is lost, Jake. How could I even pull the trigger? For God's sakes, I still loved the woman. That's when that dark, inexplicable feeling that had been growing inside me started to dwindle. In its place, I felt hope. Hope that maybe if I could talk to her, even hear her speak, I would come to my senses. Then, almost on cue, her voice rang out, resonating through the air like a magnificent melody plucked from the fingers of a master harpist. "Fuck me, preacher man." I kicked in the door. My gun had 6 bullets. It only took me 3. It would have been 2, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to relieve the pastor of his holy scepter. It's strange how draining murder can be. All I did was point my gun and pull a trigger, yet my body felt like I had just ran a marathon. "I knew you had it in you, Jacob. But holy hell, I didn't expect you blast off his pecker, too." It wasn't his wisecrack that startled me. His voice had changed. It was deeper than a teenager's now, more dignified too. Perhaps most alarming, it was a voice I knew all very well, one I heard echo off the stained glass windows of my church every Sunday for years. Pastor Alonso's voice. I whirled around to see the man I just shot smiling at me from the doorway. "Relax," he said as he entered the room. "It's just me, Lucifer, king of the underworld, father of lies, yada yada yada." I looked back at the bed. The real pastor's bullet-riddled body still lied motionless next to my wife's corpse. their cadavers intertwined within a set of tacky, blood-stained bedsheets. Why did you make yourself look like Pastor Alonso? I asked. Why does it matter? I do as I please. Before I had a chance at a follow-up question, the thunderous sound of the pastor's front door being slammed shut carried through the house and up to the bedroom. My heart began to race as a bevy of heavy footsteps made their way up the stairs. What the hell's going on? I demanded, but he didn't answer. The wicked grin painted across his face sent a wave of fright through my body. Do you know what they're going to do to you in prison, Jacob? He said. 2 uniformed police officers strode into the room. As the policemen made their way towards me, my panic began to intensify. All I could think about was wasting the rest of my life away in an orange jumpsuit and playing housewife at the behest of my cellmate, a tattooed skinhead named Knifeface. I still had 3 bullets left, and I knew there was only one way out of the situation. I raised the revolver to my temple as the cops marched towards me. I don't know if I really would have pulled the trigger if they attempted to arrest me. Thankfully, I didn't get the chance to find out, because instead of drawing their guns on me, they brushed right by without saying a word. I watched in awe as they started wrapping the pastor and my wife's bodies in the soiled silk sheets. To my surprise, they appeared to be cleaning up my mess. You know who fell to the floor and began howling? Now you really do look like you got caught with your dick in the family goat. He thrust a finger in my bewildered face. Come on, I'm just joshing you, Jake. These fine gentlemen are with me. Them too. He motioned over to the doorway. 2 more men I hadn't noticed before, wearing plain clothes, but still brandishing badges, were waiting in the doorway. Jerry, come over here for a second. The older, heavy-set man sauntered towards us. His somber face and reluctant gait made him look like a kid who was just caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The no longer baby-faced demon patted him on the back. Do you know who this man is, Jacob? I shook my head. Jerry here is the head of the police department. That means he's very important. Pleased to meet you, I said. I really wasn't. At that point, all I wanted to do was distance myself as far away from the pastor's house as possible and forget the whole night ever happened. The police chief remained silent. The shame and discomfort in his eyes told me the feeling was mutual. The demon gestured over to the other man still standing at the door. That guy over there just made detective. He turned his head in the detective's direction. Congratulations on the new promotion, Bill. The man looked away to avoid eye contact. Once again, he focused his attention on me. Guess who's going to be heading up your wife's murder case? What about the pastor? I asked. Who's going to be looking into his murder? He stretched his arms and twirled around as if he was showing off a brand new coat. What are you talking about? Pastor Alonso wasn't murdered. He and his wife just decided to move away so they could do missionary work in Africa. See? Everything wraps up neat and tidy, and you get off scot-free. Now, Jacob, before you leave tonight, I wanted to speak to you about that favor. What? You know, we talked about this. I said that maybe one day I might ask you to return the favor I did for you. Yeah, I said. I remember.
I guess I didn't expect it to come so soon. Well, life's funny like that sometimes. Don't worry though. It's really nothing you can't do in your sleep. I'm not going to ask you to pick up and dispose of dead bodies like these guys. What do you want? He leaned in close and looked at me with a solemn expression on his face. Listen to me, Jacob, because this is the only favor I will ever ask of you. It is imperative that you never attempt to contact Darcy Alonso. Do you understand? What? His request had left me puzzled for numerous reasons. But Darcy Alonso has cancer. She's dying. His lips curled into a devilish smirk. Well, let's just say I did her a little favor. What are you gonna do with her? What's it matter to you? I do as I please. I waved my finger in his face. But you said I'm not obligated to listen to you, right? If I wanted to, I could go over to the hospital right now and tell her about everything that happened tonight. Of course you can, Jacob. Like I said, there's no binding agreement between us. Your soul is yours, and you're free to do what you want with it. As a matter of fact, I stake no claim to any of these men's souls. They're just people who were kind enough to repay the favor I did for them. I've done favors for a lot of people, Jacob. Cops, judges, lawyers, even pedophiles who take pleasure in the rape and murder of children. Hey, that reminds me. Don't your kiddies walk home from school every day? And when he said that, he looked me right in the eye. It was as if his stare caused my mind to play out 1,000 different scenarios, each one more heinous and vile than the last. It was like looking through a window into hell. Darcy and I are going away, he continued. All you have to do is forget about her. Forget about this entire night if you want. But don't forget that I'm always watching you, Jacob. He didn't need to say another word. The message was clear. I turned and exited the pastor's house without looking back. The next few hours were a blur to me. I remember driving back to my home, vomiting in the kitchen sink. That double Western bacon cheeseburger finally did make its escape, and passing out on the couch in my living room. My wife's body was found 48 hours after I shot her inside of a liquor store dumpster. Just as he said, I was never even considered a suspect. Her murder was pinned on a 19-year-old kid from the barrio. It took no more than a week for the jury to reach a guilty verdict. He was sentenced to death. The kid is currently incarcerated and trying to appeal the jury's decision, but something tells me he won't have any luck. I have a feeling that I'm not the only person who has a favor to repay. Darcy Alonso checked out of the hospital that evening and was gone by morning. Word around the church was that she and the pastor had believed her miraculous recovery to be a sign from God, so they set out across the globe to spread his message. But if you ask me, that story's a bigger load of bullshit than a politician making a campaign speech while rolling in a pile of fertilizer. 2 weeks after they left town, their house was put up for sale.
It was hard for my children to lose their mother at such a young age, but they'll learn to get along without her. I like to think I've been doing a hell of a job as a single parent, cooking, cleaning, and taking care of them. It took a while for things to start to get back to normal for us, but the fact that they're smiling and laughing again makes me think that they're going to be okay. About a year after everything happened, I received a green envelope in the mail. I didn't think much of it at first. It was the middle of December, and I had already collected dozens of Christmas cards. It wasn't until I tore open the envelope that I realized that dark, inexplicable sensation had made its presence known once again in the pit of my stomach. It wasn't the title on the front of the card that made me feel sick. Merry Christmas from the Alonzos. It was what I saw when I opened it. The message was just one sentence long, but it hit me in the gut like a body blow from Mike Tyson. The doctor says we're due to have the best Christmas ever. Attached to the card was a picture of Darcy and the pastor wearing ugly Christmas sweaters and grinning from ear to ear. Darcy's sweater, however, was pulled up past her midsection, exposing her belly. She looked to be about 9 months pregnant. I don't sleep with my window open anymore. No matter how hot it gets, that bastard stays closed. It's been this way for a long time, since I was very young. It's not a real hit with the ladies during the summertime. People usually recommend air conditioners, and I usually go with the prospect when I have company. But when it's in, I don't sleep well at all because I can only imagine how easy it would be for anyone to bypass them. There is a single perk to an AC though. Well, besides the relief from the hot stickiness of the summer's humidity, and that's the steady hum which stifles the silence. I don't like the silence, you see. There was a time when it brought me an almost zen-like level of peace and tranquility, but now I find it invasive, dangerous. Silence never comes alone. From time to time, I can still hear the chanting from my youth. I can hear them all, wordlessly and yet with prestigious synchronicity and harmony with one another. Their conjoined voices echo from the woods like the gentle and yet threatening breeze that precedes a violent hailstorm, rhythmic yet senseless. It never went away, and yet I know they've all moved on or died. I know this all very well. When I was about 9 years old, me and my dad lived in this old rented 2-family apartment house in a town called Bridgewater in the state of Massachusetts. We lived on the bottom floor. The second floor wasn't used. It was recently vacated by its prior residents. It was a very quiet neighborhood, very suburban and with plenty of woods. Behind our house, there was a backyard that proceeded into a large forest that spanned for miles out. I used to play in them. My dad and mother were recently divorced, so there were just the 3 of us living here. Me, him, and the dog Cash, who was named after the late country singer Johnny Cash. He was an old Scottish terrier. You know the type. Ankle biters with the really ugly bearded faces. They got him as a pup when I was still in diapers, and he was my lifelong friend. He may have been something of an idiot, but at the time, he was all I had. I cried and cried when my mom tried to take him. In the end, he was left in my father's care for my sake. Me and Cash would spend a lot of time playing in the woods. When you're young, your imagination is a very powerful thing, and the woods has an almost magic quality in terms of supplementation for my imagination. I would play army, build forts, climb trees. One time, me and Cash traveled in so far, I actually got lost. We were losing daylight as it was October and the light was fading at a much faster rate. I began to panic, afraid I'd be trapped out here in the pitch black. As we walked around, frantic for landmarks, anything familiar, that's when I saw it. The clearing, with a large rock in the center. It wasn't exactly uncommon to see graffiti and vandalism in the woods. A public forest is known quite well for trees with messages carved into them. Names, swastikas, Brad and Jen forever, and a nice cute heart. Stuff like that. Not to mention the pseudo-gang names spray-painted on rocks. That was the impression I got of this place. A hangout for older kids. But something wasn't right. Me being only 9, my mind wasn't exactly capable of comprehending the connotations and symbols and other things. And yet there was something really off about these images. I've never seen anything like them before. The surrounding trees had crudely shaped images of what appeared to be a goat-man hybrid. Like a stick figure, with an unnecessarily detailed goat's head imposed over where you'd expect to see a basic stick figure face. These images were drawn over and over and over again, all over the trees that surrounded the clearing, almost obsessively so, and not just at the basic human height level, but all up the trees, as if whoever carved them had to use a ladder. The rock itself had red markings all over it, letters that I have never seen before. Underneath, though, was written in black spray paint a message I actually could read. It said, "Behold the wisdom of the horned." And below that, there were 5 painted lines. They were all the exact same height, except for the 2 outer lines that were twice the height and spiraled outwards at the top. What really scared me about this place, though, were the dolls. They were hanging from the branches around the clearing. They appeared to have been woven out of sticks, and poorly so. Taking a closer look, I realized what was so scary about them. While the stick dolls were clearly constructed with the grace of shitty arts and crafts students, the heads of them were dry and clean skulls of animals. I didn't know what of, but they were bleached white, dry and clean, and in their hollow sockets. I can't explain it effectively without sounding insane, but there was something sentient about them, watchful and pleading. I could feel their eyes on me, though they had none to watch with. I felt fear, not my own fear, mind you, but something, an aura of emotion that made absolutely no sense. Have you ever been at an underage drinking party that got crashed by the police? It's that kind of fear. the fear that comes synonymously with trouble. I can't explain why I did it, but I reached up and touched one. Maybe it was a child's general inquisitive nature that compelled me. Maybe it was fascination, or an intense desire to quell my fear and convince myself that they were just dolls and not the watchful spirits I would eventually come to believe they were. When I touched it, the skull fell off. The doll unwound itself. Only a piece of it remained attached to the rawhide rope that it was suspended from. The skull cracked when it hit the ground. When it happened, there was a certainty that quelled inside me. As naive as a 9-year-old could be, there was also a certainty that remained with me to this day. I don't belong here. Cash immediately started barking when the doll fell, and it startled me so effectively that I let out a scream. I looked up. The sky was glowing red with the darkness not too far behind it. The sun was going down, and I had to get out of here. Cash was staring at me, black eyes wide open and tail wagging violently. He was barking at me, insistently. He began to growl at something. Maybe air, maybe ghosts. But when I approached him, he turned and ran. Cash was my only companion in this unnatural place, and I would have been damned if I was going to let him betray me to solitude out here. So I gave chase. I ran for my life. The last thing I saw before I chased Cash was something that really messed with me. All the other dolls that were hanging when I first arrived, they were dangling, some even spinning lazily in the breeze. And yet as I ran after Cash, I saw every single doll on the site were completely stationary, staring and facing me directly. I was dismissive of this detail, as I was more afraid of being alone. I never let Cash out of my sight. He led me straight home. I never loved my dog more than when I had realized what he had done for me. Dogs are never lost. They always know the way. Before I went to bed, I told my dad what I had saw. He laughed it off and told me it was just teenagers being punks, and that I should just let it go. I found it comforting and was almost willing to let it go. I even fell asleep without any trouble. That night was when I heard it for the first time. The noise that had haunted me to this very day. I woke up and could hear noise coming through my window. I got up and looked out to listen closer. That's when I realized it was chanting. Voices, dozens maybe. They were coming from in the woods. I could hear them loudly and rhythmically. I didn't know what they were saying, but I could tell it was ceremonious, like a hymn you hear people singing in churches. Except it felt dark, violent even. I immediately thought about the clearing with the rock, the dolls, the fear. I knew in my bones that the chanting was coming from there. What scared me the most was that it wasn't far off. It wasn't far at all. The chanting went on for hours. I just lied there in bed, wide-eyed with fear, listening to it, praying that it'd stop. It wouldn't though. It went on until 4 in the morning when the early birds began to wake up. I stopped playing in the woods. My dad noticed the behavior immediately and asked if I was all right. I told him about the chanting, and again he shrugged his shoulders and said that it was probably teenagers drinking beers and having a party. I asked them why'd they drink beer and chant the same sound for 5 hours. He told me they weren't chanting, that I imagined it, and that I should just close the window from now on. I probably should have listened to him, but I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me. The next night, the chanting began again at exactly 11 o'clock. It seemed louder than before. I couldn't sleep hearing it, but I couldn't bring myself to close the window. I don't know why I thought this way, probably because I was just a child. I dim-wittedly thought at the time that if I closed my window, maybe I wouldn't be able to hear them coming if they decided to break into the house. The logic is flawed, I know, that they would still be chanting as they emerged from the woods and crossed my yard, and not be nice and quiet about it. But that's how I thought back then. That's why I couldn't close the window, because I had to know if they were coming. This went on for several days. Every night, from 11 to 4, exactly on the dot. Sometimes I could see in the woods, way out there, a faint glow, like the light of a fire. But it was so faint and far in between that I didn't know whether to acknowledge or dismiss it as a trick to my own eyes. Other times, I would successfully fall asleep due to exhaustion, only to wake up several hours later in panic, still able to hear it. I asked my dad if Cash could sleep in my room on the third night, and he said it'd be fine. It felt better knowing I had the dog to keep me company while I would hear the noise. And better yet, if I could hear them coming, he would too, and then be a dog about it and start barking out the window at them. I anticipated a good night's sleep, and even felt silly for not thinking about this solution earlier. I fell asleep at 8 with Cash sleeping at the foot of my bed. I woke up at 11:15 to Cash barking. He was on his 2 hind legs, tail wagging spastically, and he was barking out the windows, ears pointing out. Barking, growling, howling out the window. I immediately got out of bed and looked out the window towards the woods. Nothing. Nothing at all. Cash was very agitated, growling and looking at me, then back out the window and barking. The chanting was still going on, same as the last couple of days. I remember feeling uncomfortable that Cash was barking at the noise, that if he was in danger of getting their attention. I tried to calm him down. That's when my dad came in. He stumbled in groggily and picked up the dog and turned to walk out the door with him, mumbling about him shutting the hell up. I called his name, but he was so asleep he was practically dead on his feet. I screamed at him, "Dad, the woods!" And that got his attention. He turned around and walked up to me, looked out the window, and then back at me. "This again," he mumbled. "Look, boy, it's just your imagination." "No, listen, that's what Cash was going crazy about. There are people singing in the woods. Just listen." He looked carefully out the window. Cash was growling in his arms as his head turned out the window. I listened too, but there was nothing. No sound. Total silence. I couldn't believe it. Could this have been a coincidence? My dad told me to go to sleep and left the room, mumbling insults at Cash. The silence chilled me far more than the chanting ever did. At least when they were singing their malicious hymns, there was at least a sense of distance between them and me. But right now, I know they're out there, but I don't know where. I had no bearings whatsoever. What was even worse, what wrought unprecedented terror upon me, was that there was no nighttime ambience in those woods. No crickets. Evenings brought them out in droves this time of year, and even when they were chanting, I could still hear them. But now, it was quieter than a bone-chilling winter night. Pure silence. How long I stood and stared out the window at those woods across my backyard, I have no idea. But when I woke up the next day, I was still sitting in the chair I planted right by it. That morning over breakfast, I insisted that there was chanting out there, but my dad wasn't hearing any of it. He put his foot down and told me that he won't hear any more of this, that I need to grow up and take responsibility and stop being so afraid all the time. You know, typical tough guy dad shit. I didn't even bother to bring up the lack of crickets, knowing full well that he'd made up an explanation for that as well. So, I kept quiet and ate my breakfast. Later that day, I was waiting for my mom to pick me up at the end of my dad's driveway to bring me to my grandma's house where she was currently living. It was Friday, and my mom had me on the weekends. As I was waiting, a large black pickup truck passed by the house very slowly. It came to a stop right in front of me. There were two men in the truck, older, about my dad's age. At first I thought maybe they were friends of his, but this thought didn't last. The driver rolled down his window and looked at me. He was bald and was wearing abnormally slim sunglasses. He was smoking a thin cigar. I remember the strong smell of it. He looked at me as if he were sizing me up, investigating me for a moment, until finally he smiled at me, reached over, and hit his friend on the shoulder and pointed me out to him. He too was bald and wearing the same sunglasses. They said something to each other, and then the driver looked back at me with a terrible smile and drove away, waving slowly at me as he did so. They passed me by 3 more times before my mom finally picked me up. I didn't give those two any thought, and just took comfort in the thought I'd be sleeping somewhere else for the next couple of nights. The weekend went by without a hitch, and sleeping over at Grandma's house was such a relief. When I told her and Mom about the voices in the woods, they just looked at each other and told me to tell Dad about it. Frustrated, I argued that I did, but it was pointless. She too used the "it's just your imagination" crap, same as Dad. Not once during the whole experience did the memory leave my mind of the 2 men in the truck or the distant chanting. Soon enough, I would have to return. Sunday night came along, and I was dropped back off at my dad's house, where I would spend the whole day dreading the inevitable nightfall, dreading the answer of whether or not I would hear the chanting in the woods, hear the strange people sing their dark songs in unison. I begged my dad to let me keep Cash in the room with me tonight, but he said no, leaving me to face what happened next alone. So, come bedtime, I was sitting on my chair by the window, staring into the darkness until the hour came. I stayed up until 11, expecting to hear it, but what I got was silence. No singing, no crickets either, just pure silence. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or terrified. Maybe they all moved on. Maybe they went somewhere else to play their creepy games. It took some self-convincing, but I managed to calm myself to such a state of mind where I could actually go to sleep, knowing that I was safe. Reluctantly, I crawled into my bed and closed my eyes. I woke up to the most bone-chillingly fucked up thing I had ever seen. It was surreal. The fucking image of it every time I sleep. My brain immediately surged itself into full function, beyond consciousness and straight into full-fledged fight or flight mode, as a cold, rough hand forced its way over my mouth and shoved my face into my own mattress. I felt a body much larger than mine bear down on me. I felt the jagged kneecap ram itself directly into my stomach as I was then pulled out of my bed and wrestled into a standing position, the cold hand still holding my mouth shut, another hand wedging my left hand directly behind my back and pulling upwards until the pain became so unbearable, I thought my arm was going to come off. A voice whispered in my ear. His breath was ice cold. "Yes," said another voice across the room. My eyes were well adjusted to the darkness as it was, and I could see, through the moonlight shining into my now open window, a man wearing a horrible, horrible mask. At first, I thought he had the head of a goat, but I knew better. The goat stared with lifeless marbles where its eyes should have been. Its head was a mask made out of the severed head of a goat or a ram, not properly stuffed and half rotted. Its horns curled into spirals jutting out of its head, and random patches of the fur were missing, simply to show raw, blistering skin. I tried to scream, but the hand over my mouth tightened its grip. My arm behind my back pulled to near breaking point. "Scream, and we will kill you," the voice whispered into my ear. My eyes couldn't. No, they wouldn't break away from that horrible person wearing the severed goat's head as a mask. He was shirtless, wearing a necklace of what appeared to be bones. He was horribly emaciated, and there were markings all up and down his torso. In his right hand, he held a knife about the size of my forearm. Its build wasn't like any knife I had ever seen. It took a step closer to me and pressed it up against my throat. The steel was bitterly cold, and the tip of the blade was sharper than anything I've ever felt. It would take less than 4 ounces of pressure to open my throat, and they knew that I knew it. I couldn't cry. I couldn't even breathe. In its other hand, it held a basic candle. "Tomorrow," the thing said, his voice muffled by the lifeless dead goat mask. "You'll exit your house at midnight. You will light this candle. Place it on the ground in the center of your yard, and you will sit behind it, legs crossed, right foot on top of your left knee, and vice versa. If you do not do this," the voice whispered into my ear, "the blood of your loved ones will be on your hands." The goat man quickly retreated the blade from my neck. I don't remember what happened next. I remember waking up in my bed, panting and crying. My dad came in to see what was wrong with me, and when I told him, he told me it was just a nightmare. At this point, he sat down at the end of my bed. He looked very wary, like he didn't want to say what he was about to say. He rubbed his eyes with his fist and warily explained to me that this was all just me stressing out over the divorce, that maybe we should look into talking to a therapist about these voices and hallucinations I've been having. I remember feeling so betrayed, so alone by the unfairness of that. I argued with him that everything I was seeing and hearing was true, but it was too late. He and Mom talked it out. My behavior, my claims. They think I was losing my shit over the divorce. Their minds were made up. Nothing I was going to say would have convinced them otherwise. And of course, in hindsight, it only made perfect sense. Who would believe a 9-year-old when they were saying that they were hearing voices? I was silent the whole day. Cash sat with me in my room as I wasted the daylight playing video games. I didn't speak to my old man, not once. I could see the wary looks on his face when he'd walk by my room, but I didn't want to press the issue. He looked just as defeated as I did. He spent most of his time on the phone. It wasn't until later that day I found myself recalling what the goat thing said to me before everything went dark. That I had to light a candle at midnight. But when I woke up that morning, there was nothing in my room. There was a sudden sense of hope, because when I searched around my room, trying to find his candle, it was nowhere to be found. Never, even to this day, have I searched so hard for something only to be frantically pleased by the end results. It was gone. Have I been alleviated from the duties imposed on me by these strange interlopers? The relief was unbelievable, like I was severed from a horrible burden. Even the thought of being forced to see a shrink didn't seem so harsh compared to the prospect that maybe these attackers were really just a bad dream. A severely realistic dream, mind you, but a dream nevertheless. Maybe the whole situation was really over. Maybe these horrible people did move on, and that the goat man was simply a mental projection of my own imaginative expectations towards whatever it was that those unnatural proceedings just beyond my sights were. You know, speculation. Nightfall came, and for the first time in a week, I felt no fear at the prospect of it. That felt good, like things were going back to normal. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. When I placed my head on my pillow, eyes already closing, consciousness already drifting away, I felt a lump under my pillow. Curiously, I reached down there and felt something long and smooth. I pulled out a candle, a tall, thin wax candle with a nice long wick. It was red, just like the one that the goat man was holding. My heart sank. My mouth went dry. Tears ran down my cheek. And in that moment, I relived the entirety of last night all over, down to the very last detail where the guy holding me whispered in my ear how the blood of the ones I loved would be on my hands. Suddenly, I was back in hell. I was back in the realm of terror. How did they get the candle under my pillow? Had I overlooked it this whole time? I lie in bed until midnight. I didn't dare close my eyes for fear of being held at knife point again, for fear of coming face to face with that horrible goat creature. The night was silent. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Dead silence. I could see that it had turned 12:01. The memory of the goat mask in my mind uttering its instructions to me over and over again. Go outside, light the candle, sit behind it, do it, or the blood of my loved ones will be on my hands. At the time, I didn't know what it meant to have blood on my hands. The following day, I would learn exactly what it meant. Around 10 minutes in, I mustered up the courage to walk over to my window and look out it. What I saw choked me on the spot. Side by side at the entrance of the woods, I saw men, shadowed by the night, standing side by side. There must have been 20 of them. None of them were saying anything. They were all dead silent, and I could feel their eyes on me. It was just as strong as when I felt the eyes of the dolls on my back at their sight. In a way, they felt like the same presence, the same intelligence. I can't explain it. And then I saw him, the goat man, or rather, the silhouette of him, standing in the center of the figures. He was still as a stone, but I could make out that face shape, the jutting horns. I could make it all out. I chickened out. I couldn't go out there. I just couldn't. I hid in my bed, blankets over my head, and I shut my eyes tight, crying all night. I didn't fall asleep until I heard the early morning birds. I was awake by 11:30. Shortly after breakfast, I heard my dad shouting in the front yard. I went out to check and see what was happening, what it was that had him so upset. As I went out the front door, I could hear him more clearly. I could hear the pain in his voice. A knot formed in my throat, and a harrowing sensation crawled across my skin. I was not ready to learn about the events that transpired. And that was truly the scariest part. The moment before actualization. These people have mentioned blood on my hands. I didn't know what it meant, but I had a very vague idea that it meant my family getting hurt. I thought they got my dad. When I got to him, I saw that he was on his knees, crying. Cash was killed. He was hit by a car. There he lay, goofy pointed ears, his absurdly silly dog beard, black staring eyes, and hanging tongue. Stationary. Forever. I saw that his center torso had been collapsed, and I could see his openings in his rear side, his ribs jutting out, his entrails. "Son!" my dad cried out as he turned to hug me. "It's okay." He quickly led me back into the house, away from Cash's lifeless body. Away from my best friend, dead and mutilated on the side of the road. The last thing I remember seeing as I was brought into the house was a large pickup truck driving by slowly. I saw the same two bald men, as old as Dad, staring at me through oddly slim sunglasses. I saw blood on their front right tire, and I saw the driver point directly at me. Cash's death was my fault. As I said it out loud, my dad held me tight and said with stone-cold certainty that it wasn't my fault, and that sometimes these things happen. He told me exactly what you would expect a father to tell his kid when their pet is killed in a random and seemingly pointless accident. But I knew better. The people in the woods killed Cash, and it was all because I didn't do what they said. It was because I was a coward. His blood was on my hands, just as they said it would be. When I went into my room to cry, I saw outside my window a man in the center of the backyard. A man with no shirt on. He was wearing a mask made out of a severed goat's head, hollowed out on the inside. In the daylight, it was far more disturbing to see, because I could almost smell the lack of sanitation it had to have exerted. I could see that it was surrounded by flies. But even worse than that, I saw a note it was holding up. A piece of paper with a single word written across it. Midnight. I couldn't handle it. I ran outside to chase him down, but when I got outside, it was gone. My hate and anger somehow superseded my guilt and sadness because I ran far into the woods before realizing that this time, if I got lost, I wouldn't have Cash to lead me back to the house. I would be all alone. No, I would have whatever was in here with me. I could feel eyes in here. I could feel eyes everywhere. My every move was being watched, from the autumn canopy to the bushes just yards away. I knew I was surrounded in here, and as my senses came more clear from the adrenaline-fueled rage I was experiencing, I realized that it was getting stronger by the minute. Then I noticed the smell, the stench. At the time, I thought it smelled like bad milk, or bologna left in the refrigerator for too long. It was strong. Too strong. My eyes began to water, and I could feel my stomach begin to turn. How could a smell be so painful to endure? Then it occurred to me. They killed my best friend. There was only one more life they could take. My dad's. The presence became stronger. I could hear whispering in the wind. The smell grew more powerful with every breath. Any second, I was certain I would be overwhelmed by God knows what. I realized that if I didn't do what they demanded of me, I would be taken here and now. What could I have done? I shook my head and began to cry. Okay, I'll do it. The relief was instantaneous. The woods became brighter, the smell gone, the feeling of being watched replaced by what could only be described as serene. The forest went from a den of unspeakable terror to a place of, well, it was just woods again, just as it always was. I came back home and helped my dad dig Cash's grave. We said our goodbyes and buried him. He made up a cute dog-bone-shaped tombstone out of leftover wood from his old workshop, and that was that. My mom came over that day, and we all went out to dinner. The food was the best I had ever had. We gave Cash a little toast, and that was that. In the back of my mind, midnight. I spent another silent night staring at my clock, watching the numbers transform into the next every 60 seconds. The wait was agonizing. Every passing minute was like a minute removed from my life. That night, I was certain that I was going to die, and I was trapped. They would have killed my parents if I tried anything. Killing Cash made that entirely too clear for me. 11:55, 11:56, 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. I looked out the window. There they all were, side by side, shadows of people, and the goat man in the center. All their eyes were on me. I looked at the clock. Midnight. I looked back out the window. They were all gone. They knew I was going to come out tonight. They killed my dog, and then threatening to kill me on the spot after I followed them into the woods. They knew I was broken. My spirit shattered, and that I was more afraid of what would happen if I didn't come out over what would happen if I did. I grabbed the candle and walked into my backyard. The darkness was thick, thicker than usual, and the smell. Sour milk, spoiled lunch meat, blood, rot, decay, shit, puke, bile, death. My skin began to crawl, and a shiver took me over. Breathing became difficult. I could scarcely make out the forest before me. It wasn't just an entrance or a boundary. It was a living, breathing thing. And it was anticipating my every movement. As I took a step into my yard, A jolt of terror shot through me as I passed through the motion sensors and activated the backyard light. There was relief in the light. Safety, at least. For a little while, anyways. I used my father's lighter to spark up the candle. I planted it into the cold, dewy grass and sat down nice and slowly, ready to cross my legs. I never sat in the full position that I was instructed to, because as I was in the process of sitting down, I saw it. 2 green eyes. Have you ever shined your light directly on an animal's face, way off in the distance in the dead of night? At a distance where it's too far away to make out what it looks like, but not far enough for their eyes not to catch and reflect the light. This was exactly what I saw. Except it seemed to be high above the ground, higher than a coyote's height, and higher even than a human's height. It appeared to be pacing back and forth in the woods. I could hear the leaves shuffling with each step it was taking, constantly coming in and out of existence due to the unseen trees eclipsing those glowing shards of light, those glaring eyes. They must have been reflecting off of the backyard light. I could hear it breathing. It sounded painful to me. The air came out in short, sporadic breaths, and when it did, I felt the huffs of frozen air rank with the rotten stench go right through me. I don't remember how long it paced like this, never leaving the outskirts of the woods, never breaking eye contact with me. Every now and then, it would stop and lower closer to the ground until its eyes were level with me. It would remain in that position, like a cat low to the ground, prepping to pounce its prey. It would only stay in this position for 10 seconds at a time before it would rise back up and pace more. After it did this several times, I realized something was stopping it. The light. I was dumbstruck, frozen in place. My throat was so tight, the air was barely getting in me, barely getting out of me. There was a powerful sense etched within my soul that any sudden movement would have sent this unspeakable thing into a frenzy at me, light or not. I didn't know if it was going to outright kill me here in the backyard, or if it was going to drag me into the woods and eat me alive. I didn't know what the relationship was between this and the psychopaths that ordered me out here. What I did know was that with each moment it wasn't getting me, it was getting madder. I couldn't let it get me. I couldn't let it take me away. Theoretically, I was safe in the light, except the thing was that this motion sensor light ran on a timer. I knew that timer would soon run out, and when it did, the light would go and nothing would stop it from getting me. With all my courage, all my willpower, I forced myself to stand up, letting out a hoarse breath. The eyes immediately stopped moving when it saw me stand. I couldn't tell you for certain, but I was almost positive they were narrowed. The prospect of me escaping infuriated it to such a level that it began to stalk towards me. I could tell it was moving forward, threateningly, showing a willingness to brave the light. I took a step back, and when I did, it took a swift step forward. I could almost see its shape. Tall, thin, bony, too dark to distinguish any specific features. except, well, it had horns. Large, curled, spiral-like horns. Or at least it looked like it did. I don't remember running back to the house. I don't remember making it inside. I don't remember anything after the point where the light shut off. It was sudden, as if death caught me. The timer was up. The light shut down and enveloped me in darkness. And I recall hearing it scream. It sounded like a child denied its toy. Or was that me? When the light died, I fucking ran. It was hours later when I came to my senses. My dad was holding me. My mom was there too. I was crying. Later they would tell me that I was screaming, "Don't let it get me," over and over again. "Don't let it get me." I don't remember myself. I never saw that creature again. I never saw the man with the goat mask again. The two old men in the pickup truck, I never saw them again either. That day forward, I always slept with the windows shut. The next day, my dad and my mom took me outside to explain that nothing had happened. We saw displaced grass mixed with mud. We even saw gore marks on the tree. I thought this would be evidence enough to plead my case, but it didn't. My dad immediately laughed at me, telling me he figured the whole thing out. I had an encounter with a deer. Those markings in the tree were from antlers, and it charged at me because it felt threatened. This was such a convenient explanation that I fucking wished to God that it was true. But I knew otherwise. Several weeks later, I heard that there was a missing person search that took place in those woods. But I myself haven't seen nor heard anything at the time. My dad and my therapist insisted that this knowledge would only enable my tendencies as a schizophrenic, so they stopped me from looking into it. Yes, I was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia disorder. They said I got it through my inability to cope with the divorce. They told me that I had retracted into a delusion because I felt responsible for the family's collapse, and that my youthful, undeveloped mind couldn't process the guilt properly. That these cultists and their beasts were just agents of personal symbolism, something like that. For a while, I believed everything they told me. The lies felt safe. The lies were comfortable. Several years later, they would tell me that I would have made a full recovery. It was an easy process, since I never had another encounter again. At that point in time, I was so angry, I just told them what they wanted to hear. When I became old enough, I severed all ties with my parents, and I moved out of the state. Once I was on my own, I looked into the town's archives and researched as much information as I could about that era when I was 9. The missing person report, the manhunt in those woods lasted several days, and all they found was one man. He was torn apart, his limbs recovered, his organs missing. They found that he was wearing a peculiar mask, the head of a ram, but its innards were carefully carved and hollowed to fit over a human's head. When they removed the helmet, they saw that he had died with an expression of absolute horror. I took pleasure in that. I would like to believe that these men were cultists, that they were attempting to appease some unseen, unnamed god. A god that absolutely should not have existed. A god that had no right to walk among man. And that during their attempt to appease it, I had botched their ritual by breaking an important piece of the process. The doll. And in their attempt to salvage it, they forced me offering myself up as a sacrifice to it. But its failure to do whatever it was going to do to me that night destroyed the whole operation. I would prefer to believe that in the name of vengeance, this angry thing turned on its own worshippers, killing them all and dragging them all back to wherever it came from. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. There is just one thing I still couldn't figure out. Why is it that no matter where I go, when I'm all alone in quiet places, in the dead of night, why can I still hear them chanting that unholy sermon that I heard so long ago in the woods when I was 9? The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind, however, as a memory that will not go away no matter how hard I try to forget. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old, TV. At that time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular, the TV show. So of course every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the television until Pokemon came on at 5. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes were back to back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must have been why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the television he bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube with rabbit ears even. It also only had 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care though. I was just thrilled to have my own TV in my own room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that the only channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if Pokemon was on. I pressed channel 21 into the remote, hoping there were more channels. And to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids programs on it. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, Every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself, what the fuck was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this stand out in your mind for a while. There were only 3 shows I could find on the channel, probably because the channel was only operational between 4 and 9 p.m. April 1999. Booby, Episode 6, Together. I recall Booby was a show where the characters were simply live-action hands. No puppets or anything, just hands. The show featured a hand named Booby, who found himself in a new situation every episode. The show was only 5 minutes long, and looked like it was shot in front of a damp, decaying wall, with the hands always on a table with a red tablecloth. Very low budget, obviously. There was the first episode I watched. The episode began with Booby trying to get ketchup out of a bottle. It actually showed him beating himself against the bottom of the bottle for a good 3 minutes. Finally, another hand came by and looked at Booby. "Together," the other hand said, and it began beating the bottle as well, until some ketchup finally squirted out all over the table. I chuckled slightly at this part. Booby then stared at the ketchup mess for a few seconds, before turning towards the camera as it slowly zoomed in on him. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were looking at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. I didn't recognize it at first, but the table was the same one from Booby. He sat there playing for a bit, until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal 2 young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight, and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well. I remember Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of that large bear mask. The episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in a closet, and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't think this was even a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon, both attached to strings, swinging back and forth, as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement, which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only a half an hour, and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around trying to eat him. The ending showed a table, the one from Booby once again, and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of them. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held a can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer, and I had watched Channel 21 for a while. Until one day, when I slept over at my friend's house, I decided to check it out again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so we stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 23. This episode was entertaining for my friend and I, mainly because it had swearing. However, now when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading in, back upright, and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late, and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the fuck out, you're not invited," with a deep voice, muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word. But the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. Booby, Episode 42, Playing with Scissors. One rainy afternoon I was bored, so I decided to watch Channel 21. When I started watching, some show about a guy sitting in an armchair was just finishing. I forget what it was about though. When I first saw this episode, I thought it was for teenagers because it had blood in it, and it was very gross. When the police told me everything, I now know who the blood belonged to. The episode showed Booby and another hand with a ribbon around the pinky finger, Booby's girlfriend. Booby was holding scissors and hopping around back and forth while his girlfriend slowly swung around aimlessly. Another hand shot onto the scene. This hand was smaller though, and was jerking around violently as if someone was under the table forcing the hand. And I later found out this was the case. Scissors are a very dangerous thing, kids, so hold them safely, Booby said to the camera. I noticed I could hear also muffled screams, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from because of the bad sound quality. Booby's girlfriend grabbed the smaller hand, which was thrashing about, and Booby went at it with the scissors. He started with the thumb. He opened the scissors wide and clasped them onto the thumb. Blood began oozing out, and the muffled screams were now very loud. My 5-year-old self was very grossed out, and that's when I decided maybe Booby was a show meant for teenagers or grown-ups. Then the scissors got to the bone. A horrible crunching noise was heard, and that's why I turned the TV off. I never discussed it with my dad because I feared he would limit my TV time. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that booby episode. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's cellar for some reason though. The last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think the show was meant for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped on the Channel 21 when my dad was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 28. Apparently this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair talking to the audience. "Hello, kids. Do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address." The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address, and that was what remained for the rest of the episode. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick bastard who portrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kid show. But then again, he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear, and if Booby also lived in the cellar. So my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway, for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised I did. I still have the letter I received August 15th, 1999. The letter read, "Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. And yes, Booby does live in my cellar. He's a good friend of mine. Come to my house at..." The police cut out this address. "Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear." I can't believe my dad never found this sketchy, because he actually took me to the house. And then, that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids, the woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some fucked up shit back then, and now it seems he's trying to get in contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back to me. Over a decade later, it's happening again. Update: September 21st, 2011. People have been emailing me, asking me exactly what happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house, and what Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon, along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up, and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again, looking at the house in disbelief. Then, the door opened. I expected Mr. Bear to be at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad, while I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly and muttered, "Oh God, or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while. I forgot about it anyway, too. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 where I learned the truth. I remembered Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I should hear the truth. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who was not really known by anyone in town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was one only picked up by rabbit ears or weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were kids shows. His hand was Booby. He was Mr. Bear. And he was the mysterious cameraman. The real reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people thought he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before the police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update: November 9th, 2011. Sorry for not answering any questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now, to answer the questions you guys emailed me, who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people in the Neo-Seeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the kids' shows I watched, but also 2 other shows I had never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all the shows that were broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the 2 I've never heard of: The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on and on in front of the camera about how we must please Satan and appease him before it's too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user called Siggy92 were discussing the show. They described it as a Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversation and see if I can get the link. Question: where is Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where this guy is, if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friends next time, I will ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definite answer. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend who was a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 and 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from him then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I will try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update: February 1st, 2012. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog, since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. However, a few weeks ago I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across from my street, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Paulo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Paulo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Paulo told me about these events and how they started in late 1997. Now note, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became annoyed by this happening every once in a while, and actually went to investigate. Paulo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got home. There was a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12, gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Paulo talked to the man, noting his unusual unkempt appearance of a crack addict, as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out in the forest with children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Paulo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told them to be quieter. Paulo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again, as he was moving away. I told Paulo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that that man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near the area. Here is what I know now. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for camping. The fire pit Paulo described may be the holes the bodies of the children were found in. The children Paulo saw are probably the ones found dead. The man moved to a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches up with anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update: March 20th, 2012. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend, and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21, He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some of the tapes found in the house of Caledon Local 21 was broadcasting from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name is Mitchell Wilson. A pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon and one of the largest within the Peel region itself. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. The Davis Road Station has 3. I got to watch all of them. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any home for obvious reasons. Booby, Episode 2. Friends Are Like Flowers. This was one of the first Booby episodes made. The camera quality looked crappier than usual, possibly even older camcorder, but the scene was in the same place as the Booby episodes usually take place in. I recognized it instantly. The episode began with Booby swaying back and forth contently for a few seconds before another hand entered. The other hand was much smaller, looking as if it belonged to a young child. The smaller hand eagerly began bouncing around before sliding up to Booby, bringing its fingertips together to kiss Booby. After a few seconds, Booby grabbed the smaller hand and squeezed it tightly. This continued for at least 10 seconds before the camera slowly panned left until the hands were out of sight. The camera continued panning until it showed a wilted daisy lying by itself. The camera then zoomed in on the daisy, slowly as the little girl's voice became audible, saying, "Friends are like flowers in the garden of life." The episode then ended. Paint with the Soul, Episode 10. Garbage Thrown Away. Paint with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this, and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy 92 described, the episodes open with the cameraman wandering around in the forest. It appeared to be during the evening, as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there's a lot of garbage laying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused into a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that has to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage. Us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was possibly where the bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Oh shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them about my little experience with Mr. Bear, and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Like the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mascot costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to the red cloth table with a bottle of orange juice in his hands, or paws. On the table were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then Mr. Bear emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4. Others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this was the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for this one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23. That one episode I watched during July of 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that had only aired once at 3 o'clock in July of 1999. The police still have not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drank their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the 3 tapes in possession of the Davis Road Police Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist, pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign up for now. Get into university first. Get information later. Hopefully I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Update: May 12th, 2012. On April 17th, I finally got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself, as well as with some passengers after 6 months. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive. Since I haven't updated this blog in a while, I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different than when I last saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living at that house? I walked up to the steps to that front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway, to the right, was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left were 2 doors, both apparently leading to the rooms visible through the windows outside. I wondered where the cellar entrance was located, and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying at an almost flat angle were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at that time, I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wondered if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, fuck it. and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for a few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling in a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Paulo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black, charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently.
Hey, get the fuck out of our fort!
Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running toward me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were really just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14 or maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One might have been 5'7".
We said, get the fuck out.
The larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt, said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one, who was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife and held it in my direction.
No, you wouldn't want to,
I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The kids withdrew. The one in the Metallica shirt put away the knife.
Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go?
The one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, fine, and turned before I realized I had a great opportunity.
Hey, did either of you hear of a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago?
I asked the kids. The 2 looked at each other in confusion, before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered.
Yeah, everyone knows about that guy,
he said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued.
He still lives around here, in the storm drain. My big brother's friend said he saw him in a bear costume once, wandering around the forest at night.
My instincts told me that this was probably a lie, and the owner of Caledon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within.
And where's the storm drain?
I asked, just out of curiosity. I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me.
You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?
Now I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of his question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case people mistook my intentions. I told the 2 kids about my experience with the man and Caledon Local 21, and that I had come to maybe seek out some sort of closure. Although, even I wasn't exactly sure how. The kids seemed familiar with the channel, as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get to the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I have gathered now. Here's what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river where access water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in a large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask in a full-body bear costume. Now note, I do not believe that this is true, and in fact, simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story doesn't seem plausible in any way. Why did no one call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like these leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain, not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Now thank you for continuing to support me and my blog. I know many more are looking forward to more information about what happened in Caledon during the year of 1999. I will do my best to continue my research into the topic. Elliot, out. Update, October 4th, 2012. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last posted. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully, I'm not. But in all my seriousness, I really have been busy these past few months, and a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I'm living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forgot about this blog. But as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drains the kids from Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the wooden areas, nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, which I have posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they had said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the access water from the marsh. When I returned from Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important to me anymore, so please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I am now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this address, returntheb@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm going to copy and paste the exact email this guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear, dear boy, I have missed you ever so much. Oh, how you have grown. Your twinkling eyes have stayed the same, however. Those eyes looking for adventure. Oh, how imagining them brings warmth to my old, bare heart. That day you came to visit me, I felt so happy I wanted to go out and pick strawberries. He told me you would come looking. Oh yes, he told me you would come looking. Now it will be soon. You won't be so lonely soon. I'm ever so sorry I couldn't say hello when you came to visit, Not once, 2 times. Do not fret, however. You will soon finally get to play with the other children. I will try making my cellar even more cozier than before. 100 fuzzy hugs. Mr. Bear. Now obviously, this letter is fake. But still, I would like to thank whoever sent it. Just reading this letter creeped me out. But because of it, I am now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now my roommate knows about all of this. He thought the letter was real. He actually seemed more scared than I was for a second. But then I shrugged it off, and so did he. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How could Mr. Bear know when I went to Caledon on those occasions, more or less know my email, or me still being interested in the cellar? I'm going to send a reply to Return the Bee. Wow, just looking at the email address, you can tell everyone wanted to freak me out. It didn't really work though. Although to whoever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't want to buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to continue this. Thanks, guys. Update. November 9th, 2013. Wow. I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have my reasons, and I'd rather not discuss them here just yet. It's been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone back trying to relive the mysteries of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post, and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I am right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. returnthebee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again back in March and still no response. I've actually moved up to Ottawa, capital of Canada for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. I had my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I've had to make a new email account because people keep prank mailing me, pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Not. Why have I ventured back to this blog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Brampton is my hometown, in case you haven't picked up on that. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me, as it is still evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again, because we all know what was the last tapes I saw. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have been something to do with Caledon Local 21. I guess I just wanted to say I am continuing this blog and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see that tape, I'll write what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in this whole mystery all over again. Elliot. Update. January 16th, 2014. It's been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December, and have been visiting with friends and family, or at least that's what I'd rather have done. Not that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend, Mitchell Wilson, promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all of you guys who are just as intrigued as I am by that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in those videos are dead. That I could have been one of those kids. And that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you haven't skipped this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On Wednesday, January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down any time that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station located at the Bramalea City Center. I met Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat and wait while he went and got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did. Or I at least thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 4 tapes on hand. I was only allowed to watch 3 of them, however, because the 4th tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Painted with the Soul, Episode 3, How to Dust a Room. I had almost forgotten about this show. I never did see it on TV, but I did see that one episode at the Caledon's police station. The episode opened up the camera panning around a small empty room. There was a window on the wall opposite the door. Outside it was light out. The cameraman walked towards the window, revealing a small clearing before a dark, thick forest about 15 feet from the window. The cameraman panned around to face the door and finally spoke. Today, I am going to show yous how to properly dust a room. I recognized the cameraman's voice as the same from before. Quiet, timid, only this time with a clear stutter. Now here's where things got weird. The cameraman aimed the camera at his feet, revealing a metal broomstick, and grabbed it with his free hand. His hand was that of a white male, so it was easy to see the fresh, bright red blood that covered it. The man then explained that in order to get the room nice and dusted, you had to make sacrifices. And with that, the man began to smash the white plastered ceiling with the broomstick. Soon, there was a significant hole in the ceiling, revealing the wooden slates that made up the roof. The floor was now pretty messed up, with chunks of ceiling littering the floor, as well as a coating of plaster from the ceiling. The man aimed the camera at the floor and began to smash the larger ceiling pieces with his feet. The man then backed up to the door and had the camera show the mess he had created. And now, the room is... is... The episode ended before he could finish. Wilson warned me that the next 2 tapes were more disturbing. I insisted to keep watching, although a voice at the back of my head told me I shouldn't. Booby, Episode 30, Children of the Light. It was Booby, one of the shows I had actually watched as a kid. I had never seen this episode before, and now I wish that were still true. The episode opened up the same way as every other episode I had seen. A single adult hand, Booby, was rocking back and forth. After a few seconds, Booby turned towards the camera and said, "Songs are sung the best when sung by children." The hand then disappeared out of view below the table. After a few more seconds, suddenly the picture cut to outside, aiming at a bonfire in a small pit. It was night, and it appeared to be in a small clearing in a forest, although it was hard to tell because of the camera quality. The camera then zoomed into the fire, which was burning fairly steadily. Suddenly, a human hand was forced into the fire by a pair of adult human hands. The hand was small, presumably belonging to a child, and was being held firmly in place by 2 larger hands. Sound was absent for the first few seconds, until a song began playing. The song I recognized from my childhood. I would sing it in a church at our school. I went to a Catholic elementary school. The song began playing as the hand was being held in the orange flames. It continued as the hand struggled to escape the larger hand's grip. It continued as the flesh of the hand began to turn beet red and peel away. It continued as dark smoke began rising from the hand. It must have only taken a few minutes for the hand to become blackened, save for the few instances of white bone visible under the charred flesh. Fuck. That image is still burned into my mind. The hand was now limp. It no longer moved. The episode then ended. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film, a trademark for anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear aiming it at himself. That bear mask, it looked more sinister in the shadows of the trees. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today I will be doing wonderful things for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear turned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer. But what stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. "This here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon." Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at a large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked the tarp up, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each child and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Soon, all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. "The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey to that that awaits them," Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline beside a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the fuck would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied, and the 4th tape owned by the Vermilion Police Branch did indeed work, and contained the film of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of the episode. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now, but I just need some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Elliot. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other as good children should, but they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping him and the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play forever with the help of their friend Booby. But the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please, with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update. April 14th, 2015. I wanted to update more. I truly did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off to the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog, and was even in contact with a magazine about my story. But now is the time to come clean to everyone. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's box is true, and I opened it. I opened it last June when I watched the 4th tape in possession of the Vermilion Police Branch. The other subject I'd like to address is the number of joke/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the 4th tape. This is what traumatized me into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view that infamous 4th tape he had talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing that tape would give me some closure. Wilson was obviously reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time I turned 20 in June, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, in which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer. You really don't need to see it, he kept telling me. But I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Vermilion branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of animal slaughterhouses in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How optimistic I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained that this tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children. I began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me a while to realize because it was night. The trees and leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of the light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly, the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued. The cameraman moved towards the hole, showing a pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode. Only this time, it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light and burning flesh, red, black, a blur of surreal movements and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings being killed in a horrifying way, a fate that I could have potentially met. The video suddenly cut to dawn, the camera now positioned farther away from the hole. The fire was out. However, there was still smoke smoldering up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground. Empty. It looked just as unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You can find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left that I was fine, and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, attracting them with a fake kids television channel. I could have been one of the victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I still only here by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back, but now I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people asking for more details. Some ask if I can upload the tapes. And some people emailing me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they are. A, in police evidence, and B, I have no idea how to get VHS onto the computer.
Now, to people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've even seen a fake Caledon Local 21 YouTube channel, which is cute, but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one, just to show you guys. I have contacted an admin about the entry and was told that the entry was posted on Halloween. Oh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@aol.com, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I'll get into contact with Mitchell Wilson again, and hopefully get set up with the tapes in possession of other Peel Police branches. I'll try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take a year again. Thank you to everyone who still reads this. Elliot. Update, June 21st, 2015. Hey guys. Once again, I'm sorry for taking so long to update. I've been fortunate enough to find a full-time summer job that pays pretty well, so I've been busy lately. But I managed to find the time to pursue Mitchell Wilson and allowing me to view more tapes. He managed to get me into the Her Ontario Street branch to view some evidence found at the sinister Mr. Bear's house. Wilson never made it clear how many tapes Her Ontario had, but they only showed me one of them. The tape I was shown contained 2 episodes. Paint with the Soul, Episode 2, How to Find Berries. Paint with the Soul never stood out to me because I never saw it on TV myself, and the actual episodes didn't make a lot of sense. The episodes started with the usual bad quality, cutting right to an alleyway. The cameraman made his way through the alley, the derelict buildings on one side, a rusting metal fence on the other. Hey, painting heads. Today I'm going to show you how to find some fresh, wild berries. I recognized that voice as the one from the other episodes. Like episode 3, the man's voice was fairly shaking and sounded somewhat anxious. The man walking over to a mattress turned against a building. Here, we have the house where the squirrels hide things. The man pulled out a shaking hand. It was covered in what looked like blood. With the bad quality of the film, the liquid looked alarmingly bright. The hand grabbed the mattress and pushed it onto the ground, revealing a plastic container behind it. The camera zoomed into the container, revealing it to be full of small red berries. Here we have berries. The man placed the camera on the ground so that it was level with the berries. He took a small handful and presumably ate them. Tastes good, the man exclaimed. Suddenly a scream erupted from somewhere in the distance, causing the man to hastily pick up the camera and begin to sprint. The episode cut out shortly after. Booby, Episode 39, Piñata Party. I was alerted that this episode contained disturbing content. After that last episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar, I believe that there isn't anything I could handle. I hadn't seen a booby episode in a while, so was curious of what would be involved in this one. I now wish I hadn't. The episode started off fairly normal. Booby and his unnamed companion were talking about how they were planning a party for their friends. Booby suggested they use a piñata as a party game. His friend agreed, and the hand playing the character began doing odd finger motions. The episode suddenly cut to a dimly lit room. It appeared to be an empty pantry. What hit me instantly was that there was a man bound to a chair in the middle of the room, his body appearing lifeless and slumped over to one side. When another man walked up from behind the camera, the man in the chair began to struggle
and muffled screams could be heard. The other man was wearing dark clothing with a hood to obscure his face. The other man then produced a metal baseball bat and held it over the man's head. He took a swing and landed a hard blow. The sound was dull, but deep enough that I knew he had been hit hard. The other man mostly obscured the view, but the man in the chair was now lifeless and slumping forward. The other man continued to swing and hit, eventually producing blood that began to paint the white ceiling and wooden walls. I'm glad that the other man remained and obscured the view. I would not have wanted to see the result of the baseball bat to human head. The episode ended shortly after. That episode was definitely on the disturbing side. I asked the officers if the man on the chair had been identified, and they said that it was apparently the father of one of the children kidnapped by Mr. Bear. I guess he went to Mr. Bear's house to rescue his son or daughter. I didn't ask for a name, but I'm wondering if I should have. I also realized that this episode was close to the infamous Playing with Scissors episode. If the other later episode of Booby are like this, I don't think I want to see any more. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to view these police videos. I honestly feel like I'm getting nowhere, and when I try asking for help, all I get are joke emails about people claiming to be Mr. Bear. That one email, paintwithb@aol.com, an obvious fake email about how he, or it, loves me when I replied telling him to fuck off. He just replied with, INRI. This shit really has to stop. But I digress. I will continue to seek out information. Thank you all for continuing to read this madness. Elliot.